Cleveland Indians wrapping up this 3-game series. Cleveland going for the sweep. Tigers hoping to end this road trip on a high note here against the Indians. Tigers starting lineup looks a little bit different today, presented by the Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Rajai Davis will lead off for Detroit. He's out in left field. Ian Kinsler batting second this afternoon. Cabrera Martinez in the 3-4 slots. JD Martinez in right field. Jackson, Castellanos, Holiday, and Danny Worth rounding it out for the Detroit Tigers, and they are facing the right-handed offerings of Zach McAllister.
Last season, Zach McAllister, probably their most consistent starter. He went 9-9 in 24 starts with a 3.75 ERA. You take a peek at his numbers this year. The ERA is over 5 at 5.36. Fastball gets up to 95 miles an hour. He's got a curveball, a slider, and a changeup to go along with that mid-90s heater. Tim Hortons will sponsor the starting defensive alignment this afternoon for the Cleveland Indians, and really the only change is the guy that we've highlighted, and that is Carlos Santana. 9th start as a catcher this year. He has thrown out 3 men. Yan Gomes had been the catcher the first couple of games of the series.
Well, we mentioned when we got to the ballpark it was overcast, it was rainy, the tarp was on the field, and all of a sudden the skies have cleared up. It is an absolutely gorgeous day here in Cleveland.
That it is.
Now, the lights are still on here at the ballpark, but right now they don't need them because there is plenty of sunshine, and the Tigers hoping for at least one win in this series with a victory here today. Well, apparently the catcher, Carlos Santana, has had some issues with his gloves, so there's a bit of a delay to the start of this one here this afternoon as they repair his glove. Or find his backup, one of the two, and there he is. I need some help. So Santana awaits his new glove. And while we wait, here on today's field conditions presented by Ace Hardware and the Scotts Company, 69 degrees our game time temperature. It is a little bit humid here today, but as we mentioned, there is no rain in the area right now. That is the good news, and hopefully the wet stuff will stay away and the Tigers are able to complete this series here against the Indians. Apparently Santana's glove is buried in an equipment bag somewhere because they're having trouble finding it.
Usually a catcher has a couple of gloves on the bench, but Santana hasn't caught all that much this year, and therefore probably only had the one glove out on the bench, so they have to go back to the clubhouse to get him another one.
Meanwhile, McAllister is being made to wait, and Terry Francona can't be too happy about that. Here are the predictions that we have today for today's Fox Sports Detroit Tigers Player of the Game, presented by McDonald's new triple cheeseburger for just $2. I'm going with Victor Martinez today.
Ian Kinsler is my choice. He's had a really nice road trip.
Meanwhile, John Keating is selecting Miguel Cabrera this afternoon. Those are our choices. Nobody going with Max Scherzer today, but he would be a good selection as well. Rajai Davis is leading it off. Here's the first pitch of today's ball game, and it backs him out of there 1-0.
That is something that the Indians, all 3 of the starters in this particular series, have done to the Tigers. They have pounded them inside aggressively with mid-90s fastballs. They've tried to make them uncomfortable.
We saw Trevor Bauer, the youngster, last night do it quite a bit against the Tigers offense.
Corey Kluber also threw quite a few fastballs inside in the mid-90s.
Davis, Kinsler, and Cabrera in the Tigers' first inning. Rajai loops one to left field. It is sinking, and it's going to drop. Base hit.
For whatever reason, Rajai Davis is much better. I mean, much better as a leadoff hitter than he is batting ninth. And, of course, once he gets on first base on many nights, it turns into a double. He got fisted by a fastball that was up in the zone, just kind of fought it off in front of Michael Brantley, their left fielder. Rajai Davis has 254 steals since the beginning of the 2008 season. That's the most in the American League.
So Mr. Santana will be on high alert behind the dish as Ian Kinsler stands in. He's had a nice series, 3 for 9 with a double, and Kinsler now batting .316. There he goes. Oh, he put on the brakes. Quick throw back to first. Rajai was spinning his wheels and decided to shut her down.
He took about 4 good steps. Apparently he felt like he didn't have the kind of jump that he wanted to get to steal the base, so he just simply slowed down and got back to first.
The old dipsy-do to get back into the bag and avoid the tag. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Driven foul down the left field line.
That's one of the things that Ian Kinsler will do on occasion when Rajai Davis is occupying first base, because so many pitchers like to go to the fastball to give the catcher the best opportunity to throw Rajai out. He will look for that first pitch fastball and try to punish it, as he did there to the one from McAllister.
McAllister trying to shake off a really tough start. Gave up 8 runs in the second inning against the A's in his last start. The 1-1, and again Rajai stops after starting. This time he just almost fell.
You know, usually when a team has a lot of stolen bases, and the Tigers have quite a few stolen bases, that area right around first base will be a little bit wet. The grounds crew will wet it down quite a bit to slow down the opposing team. But Michael Bourne, their leadoff hitter, is a base stealer too, so right. I don't think that's the case here today.
Now Rajai goes. Here's a bouncer to the left side. Diving stop at third by Chisenhall, and he throws it away into the camera well, and give Davis third base and give Kinsler second base.
I guess it was really just a matter of time before the Indians kind of showed us how poor they had been playing from a defensive standpoint. They hadn't shown us that the first couple of days. They've been really good, but a nice play by Chisenhall, but he drops down to that low 3/4 arm slot, and because of that he just airmails a Swisher over at first base. That's about as poor a throw as you're going to see over to first base.
Look out on that camera well.
Is Keating down there?
No, I think he left. Hopefully he left. That is the 46th error of the season for the Indians, which is the most in the American League.
Man, Tigers in business here right now.
And Cabrera looks at strike one. Are they calling that play a straight error?
That's what I'm looking at the scoreboard, and that's what I'm seeing. But Kinsler should have gotten a base hit.
Yeah, that should be a single and an error. We'll see if they do change it. They're ruling it straight E5. He made a diving play on that ball. Swing and a miss. 0-2.
Back-to-back really slow breaking balls thrown to Miguel Cabrera, and now McAllister has himself in a pretty nice count against Mickey, the game's best hitter.
Cabrera, an 11-game hitting streak. He is 4 for 9 in this 3-game set. A couple of RBIs standing out there in the bags, and it's low and away as Santana blocks it. And during that 11-game streak, how about a cool 442? 14 RBIs as well.
And the Indians are conceding the run in the infield. Anything on the ground up the middle will at least get Rajai Davis home, even if it's not a base hit, and possibly get Ian Kinsler over to third base with less than 2 outs for Victor Martinez.
Now the 1-2. Driven to right field on a line, straight at Murphy. Rajai will tag. He'll come around to score. Throw comes into third base. A strong throw by Murphy, but late.
McAllister able to get ahead of Miguel. No balls and 2 strikes, and then Meek quickly went to his 2-strike approach. He knew he had a job to do, and the job was, 1, get Rajai Davis home, which he did on the elevated fastball, and 2, get Kinsler over to third base for Victor. That is a really good at-bat by the Tiger slugger. Look at the concentration there. Keeping the hands inside the ball, the head right on the baseball. It doesn't get any better than that, folks.
40th RBI of the season for Cabrera, and here's that throw from Murphy on a fly to third base.
One more point about that swing about Miguel. When we talk about hitters letting the ball get deep, that was a perfect example of a hitter allowing the ball to get deep as possible in the strike zone to create the bat angle to hit the ball the opposite way.
Victor Martinez now a chance to drive in a run from third, less than 2 outs. They will play the infield in, and they are also shifting.
As hot as Victor has been, if I'm Terry Francona, knowing that Max Scherzer's on the mound, I'm thinking about possibly walking Victor and playing for 2 with the next hitter.
J.D. Martinez waiting on deck.
And not only that, there's no one playing shortstop right now.
Here's the 0-1. Bouncing ball right side. High chop over the head of Swisher into right field. Base hit, and the Tigers lead 2-0. They've come out swinging the bats here in this game. They've been also aided by an error from Chisenhall.
Well, this was not starting out very nicely for McAllister. You brought it up last night. He was absolutely lit up his last start.
McAllister's confidence has to be shaken a little bit. He gave up a grand slam in an 8-run inning against the A's in his last outing. And now the Tigers have found a couple of runs here in the top of the first today, as Victor records his 27th RBI.
A couple of nice table setters in Kinsler and Davis, and the big boys have done their job.
JD Martinez looks at ball one that bounces in. JD came off the bench late in the game in game one of the series with a pinch hit home run to tie the game. It was a contest the Indians eventually won in the 10th inning.
That is a nice luxury to have if you need a big home run late in the game, to have a guy on the bench that has a little sock in his bat, and JD provides that.
And he drives one high in the air and deep into right field. Murphy looking up. He's provided it again. It is gone. A 2-run shot for JD Martinez.
I see you, JD. I see you.
Second home run of the season and the series for JD, and the Tigers plant a 4 spot on McAllister.
He got a fastball that was out over the plate and a ball that was away from him. And take a look at the same kind of concentration that Miguel Cabrera displayed driving that ball out to right field. 2 years ago, JD Martinez was a dead pull hitter. Right field wasn't even on his radar, but he's kind of retooled his swing, therefore utilizing power the opposite way.
Strike one on Jackson in the outside corner. 396 feet to right field off the bat of JD Martinez. Low and away, 1 ball, 1 strike. Still only 1 out in the inning. Ripped right to the first baseman, Swisher.
He ain't fooling nobody.
Another hard hit ball, and there are 2 gone.
Batting 7th for the Tigers.
Bring up Nick Castellanos.
Nick Castellanos.
234 for the Tigers' third baseman. Castellanos, a couple of hits, 8 at bats in the series. And he shoots one the other way. Base hit right field, out of the reach of Mike Aviles.
Castellanos hadn't seen a fastball he doesn't like.
And he wasn't waiting around.
Never.
So the Tigers now have 4 hits. And really they should have 5. Kinsler should have been given a base hit on that diving play by Chisenhall. Here's Brian Holiday, who is giving Alex Avila a day off.
Only the second start of the series. The road trip for Brian Holiday.
Yeah, Avila has been seeing a lot of playing time. Of course, with the early start today, night game last night, Holiday gets the call this afternoon.
Also, quick turnaround. Tigers will play a day game tomorrow afternoon at Comerica Park when the Texas Rangers come a-calling.
It's been a pretty good season for Holiday with the bat, 303 so far this year. Grounding that one foul into the third base camera well. 1 ball, 1 strike. Well, McAllister was so good early in the season. He started the year 3-0, but he's lost his last 4 straight decisions. The month of May has not been kind to him. Checked it, strike called on the outside corner.
His first year in the big leagues last year was a pretty good one for him. 9-9, 3.75 ERA, which means he didn't get a ton of run support. And he made 24 starts, and he went at least 5 innings in 19 of the 24 starts.
Castellanos was on the move on that last pitch.
And Tigers lead the league in stolen bases. They're not afraid to run. They also get thrown out quite a bit. They kind of go hand in hand.
It's hard to believe that last statement. The Tigers lead the league in stolen bases.
They got 37 of them?
37. They had 35 the entire year last year.
Really?
1-2. Inside, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
the last few years, Tigers nearly dead last. Well, they were dead last a couple of the years.
I mean, 35 steals for an entire season. That shows you just how little the Tigers ran last year. 3-2 now on Holiday.
Different team last year. Peralta, Infante, Prince. And this year they've added the speed in Davis and Kinsler. Jackson is running more.
Runner will go here on 3-2. And it's fouled back out of play. Saw some comments after the Boston series from David Ross, their catcher, and he was talking about how the Tigers came in and smacked around the Red Sox, and he said, you know, they're playing the brand of baseball this year like we were last year, and that's how the Red Sox got to and won the World Series.
Pitching well, good defensive club, puts pressure on the defense, grinds out really good at bats.
Another foul back out of play.
As Holiday's doing right here.
And in doing so, Holiday now has an 8-pitch at bat going. 27 total now for McAllister, so a bumpy start for the Indians right-hander. Castellanos again will be on the move. And a swing and a miss. McAllister finally gets him to end the inning. Good start for the Tigers. They score 4 runs in the inning on 4 hits. The big low. J.D. Martinez goes the other way. And 4-0 is our score as Max Scherzer finishes his warm-up tosses. He is presented by Family Heating, Cooling, and Electrical.
A real nice lead to take the mound with this afternoon for the Tigers ace, Max Scherzer. He comes in 6-1, a 1.83 ERA, and believe it or not, folks, he is pitching better this year than he did last year when he won the Cy Young.
Lineup today for the Indians, presented by the Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. It'll be Bourne, Cabrera, Brantley at the top, Murphy, Swisher, Giambi in the middle. Swisher having a nice series. Santana, Chisenhall, and Micah Belis rounded out for Terry Francona today. Jason Giambi, the veteran, just off the disabled list in the lineup here this afternoon.
Giambi's 43 years old.
And still going strong as a DH and pinch hitter type. Michael Bourne lines one to right field. That's a fair ball. It'll go to the corner.
They're not going to go quietly.
Bourne on his way to second will pull in with a leadoff double.
And Bourne woke up last night, had a couple knocks off Justin Verlander. That's a fastball that's running in on his hands. And a lot of times, the natural reaction of a left-handed batter when that ball's in is simply drop the bat head in the strike zone. And he did that. And he was able to hit that ball down in the right field corner for a stand-up double.
So the Indians are trying to answer here as Struble Cabrera now will stand in, batting in the 2 slot in this series.
The first 8 batters in the order today for Terry Francona all bat left-handed. There are a few switch hitters and quite a few left-handed bats.
Cabrera is swinging on the first pitch, pops it up to shallow center. Who wants it? Uh-oh, nobody. It falls between 3 Tigers.
You don't see that very often with this trio, Worth and Kinsler and Jackson. Jackson wasn't going to get there, so it's just miscommunication between Kinsler and Worth right now, and they're talking about it. When the ball goes up, the middle infielders, you go back as hard as you can, as far as you can, until you hear the center fielder call you off. Neither guy was really busting it after that ball. Therefore, there's runners on first and second.
It is ruled a base hit. And here's Michael Brantley. Early scoring chance now for the Indians as they attempt to answer against Max Scherzer, making his 10th start. He has won 6 consecutive starts. Not to mention 4 straight decisions over the Indians. Brantley at 3 out of 8 in the series, double and a homer. Ball 1 inside.
The Indians are going to come out today against Max Scherzer the same way they did against Verlander last night. They're going to be aggressive on first pitches. Max is one of those guys that likes to throw a lot of first pitch fastballs, and the Cleveland Indians they had quite a few hits yesterday against Verlander on fastballs.
Now Max with the 1-0, and it's ruled inside. 2 balls and no strikes. For Brantley, 291 this year. Walk-off homer 2 nights ago here in Game 1 in the series. His 9th of the year. He has been their best and most productive hitter this season. Way inside. It gets away from Holiday and moved the runners up. And it's 3-0 on Brantley.
And Max missed it with his fastball so badly that Holiday couldn't help him out.
Not a clean start for either team in this game. 3 balls, no strikes. Brantley swinging on 3-0, lines one of the second baseman.
Thank you very much.
Hit it sharply, but right at Kinsler. So first out of the inning. That'll help.
Thank you.
Here's David Murphy. .292 for Murphy. He is 1 for 3 in the series. The 1 is a homer.
He's done his best work in his first year in an Indians uniform in these situations. Runners in scoring position. It's a good pitch by Max. And that .438 batting average is good for first in the American League.
He has also been a very good 2-strike hitter. He bats .355 with 2 strikes in the count, so falling behind has not been much of a problem for him, and he's fallen behind here 0-2.
First pitch, changeup. Second pitch, backdoor curveball. That curveball is a pitch that has really evolved for Max the last 2 years. Really helps him neutralize the left-handed batters.
It'll sail back out of play down the first base line and back into the seats.
If you're Max and you get ahead, no balls, 2 strikes, if you're going to throw Murphy a fastball, you got to get it up a little bit higher. Now, this one's right around the belt buckle, and it's right down the middle. You got to get it up around his letters across his chest.
Leadoff double by Bourne, is single by Cabrera. Wild pitch advanced him, and now Scherzer wants his catcher Holiday to come out to the mound. Talking about Murphy and his 2-strike batting average. The guy behind him not too shabby either, Victor Martinez. 354 with 2 strikes. Murphy right now trying to deliver with nobody out, or 1 out I should say. No runs in yet, and a little looper into left field. Davis going back. This will get the run in. Bourne will tag and score. Sac fly and an RBI for David Murphy. So Cleveland gets its first run. 27th RBI of the year for Murphy. And now Nick Swisher. Well, the Indians feel it's imperative to get Swisher going, and he has showed some signs the last couple of nights. 4 for 8 with a double. Average at 211 right now, but he was in the 100 range coming into the series. And Swisher looks at ball 1 outside. Two and 0 the count. Max a chance to get out of this, allowing just 1 run in the inning. Scherzer against Swisher has been a pretty good matchup for Nick.
Nothing new for Nick to see a bunch of pitches. He sees at least 4 pitches every plate appearance. At least 4.
2-1. Max a good firm fastball at 94 miles an hour. Swisher at the beginning of the year was batting in the 2 spot for the Indians, but Terry Francona has bumped him down to get him going, and Asdrubal Cabrera has taken over that 2 slot. Tigers got 4 in the top of the first. The Indians counter with 1, still batting. Grounded foul down the line at first base. 2-2.
While we have a second, let me set the Tigers defensive alignment for you. In the outfield is Davis, Jackson, and J.D. Martinez, who's already homered. Miggy, Kinsler, Denny Worth, and Nick Castellanos in the infield, and Brian Holiday getting his second start on this 9-day road trip. Seems like we've been on the road for 2 weeks.
Only home for 4 days, then back out to the West Coast. 2-2 on Swisher. Way inside. Swisher hits the deck. Fill the count now. 3-2. Giambi waiting on deck.
I don't know if Max will do so here. And we showed you the numbers that Swisher has against him, so he may be successful on fastballs, which means that Max has a lot of confidence in his off-speed pitches to throw it here in a 3-2 count, and confidence to throw him for a strike.
And he missed outside. We'll put 2 aboard now. First walk of the ball game for Max. And it's going to bring up Giambi. Just thought the disabled list was activated yesterday. Giambi is DHing here this afternoon.
Giambi didn't do a whole lot with the bat last year. And you can see so far this year he is hitless in his 10 at-bats, but he hit some big home runs for Cleveland. I mean late walk-off home runs for the Tribe last year.
0 for 10 so far this season for Giambi. drives one to left field. Rajai going back, still going back. Edge of the warning track to end the inning. Indians get a run. We go to the second. Tigers baseball on Fox Sports Detroit is brought to you by Comerica Bank, a part of Detroit and the community since 1849. By Dodge, hurry into the Dodge 100-year event. See how good we look at our age. And by Kraft Salad Dressing. We welcome you back to Cleveland, where the Tigers jumped out to a 4-0 lead. The Indians answered with a run against Max Scherzer. And we go to the top of the second now, on a gorgeous afternoon here. Final game of the road trip for the Tigers. And Danny Worth starts it off against Zach McAllister. Worth and then Davis and then Kinsler. Danny batting .250. 3 out of 10 on the road trip for the Tigers. 0-2 the count. Tigers in the ball game, 4 runs on 4 hits, and the Indians a run on 2 hits. They've committed a very big error, though, by the third baseman Chisenhall. The 0-2 is tapped right in front of the plate, and it's going to be Santana to take it, and he whirls and throws him out.
That's one thing Santana can do. He can throw. He's got a lot of arm strength and usually very accurate with his throws. He calls off McAllister and does a 360 and fires a strike to Nick Swisher.
Both of the catchers on this Cleveland team, Gomes and Santana, have really good, strong throwing arms. Here's Rajai Davis. He let it off with a single back in the first, showing bunt, and down he goes. That ball came up and in as Davis squared.
That is the second time today already that McAllister has sort of dusted Rajai.
Boy, anytime you get near the head, a little frightening.
Spun him around.
The 1-0 is in for a strike. 1-1 on Davis. Rajai came in batting .284 as a leadoff hitter. In fact, 2 of his 3 home runs this year have come from the leadoff spot in the lineup. Brad Ausmus has also used him in the number 9 spot as well. Swing and a miss, and McAllister got him that time. 2 up, 2 down.
Batting for the Tigers, second baseman Ian Kinsler.
Second strikeout for McAllister. He got Holiday to end the first inning as well. Kinsler is 0 for 1, reaching on an error back in the first inning. Chopper to third, foul. Kinsler last night picked up another multi-hit game, which now gives him 18 for the year, and that ties him for the most in the American League, along with Alexi Ramirez, Melky Cabrera, and Jose Altuve. One ball and one strike. Here's that list. Cano was on the list as well. Fouled away. Kinsler having a really good month of May, 360 this month. A lot of the Tigers really have had a great month of May.
Tigers are really clicking on all cylinders. The starting staff, for the most part, has been outstanding in the month of May. The hitters have woken up. They're stealing bases. The bullpen's been good, and that's how you start to put some distance between yourselves and the teams that are chasing you in your division.
2-2 on Kinsler. Tiger lead in the Central, 6 over Minnesota. Indians back to within 8.5 with their 2 victories in the first 2 games. Checked it. Tim Wilkie said he held up. Full count now on Kinsler, 3-2. And he lost him, ball 4. Second time that Kinsler is able to reach. And that'll be the first walk of the game for McAllister. And it also keeps the inning going now for Miguel Cabrera.
Kinsler not afraid to steal second base in these situations with 2 outs. He's not really concerned whether they walk Miguel Cabrera or not, because that base would be vacated. Not the way Victor Martinez is swinging the bat. So look for Kinsler to try to steal second here against this combination of McAllister and Santana.
Ball 1 outside to Cabrera.
It's the same way McAllister started Miggy off his first at bat. Slow breaking balls.
That first at bat resulting in a sac fly for Miguel, his 40th RBI of the season. As he continues to get a little bit closer to the league leader, Abreu, who is on the DL for Chicago, has 42 RBIs. That's outside again, and the count goes to 2-0. It looked like McAllister was on his way to an easy 1-2-3 inning after facing 8 batters in the first, but now he has given up a walk and fallen behind Cabrera. Miggy takes 3-0. There's Victor Martinez waiting on deck. It's been a great road trip for Cabrera. He has rushed that average up there. 323 coming in tops in the American League, and 15 hits on this road trip for the Tigers first baseman. Taking on 3-0, and it's 3-1. Now McAllister is up to 46 pitches in this game. Runner goes. Strike called. Throw down to second. Going to get away from Avila's covering down there. But Kinsler holds up with a swipe, and that'll be his 6th of the season.
That is probably the biggest difference between the 2014 club and the 2013 club. Jim Leyland would have never allowed anybody to steal to open up that base when Miggy was in the batter's box. But Victor Martinez has been so good lately. Brad Osmus said, I don't care if they walk Miguel these days. They got Kinsler right in the left shoulder. He didn't even rub it.
Which is not surprising at all.
That's a seed, too. He didn't rub it.
He's just a hard-nosed, in-the-dirt type of player. There's a drive into right field. It is slicing toward the corner. Murphy will have room. He made the catch up against the wall. So Cabrera's out. So are the Tigers here in the second. No runs, a walk, and one man left. Max Scherzer back at the hill as we go to the bottom of the second in a 4-1 ball game. Tigers got all of their runs in the first inning. Santana, Chisenhall, and Avilas, the bottom three for the Cleveland Indians. First pitch is swung on and missed by Santana.
91 and right by Carlos Santana.
He is 1 for 8 in the series and 2 for his last 20, so his average is still at 151. He can't get it over the 200 mark. And Scherzer hits the outside corner to make it 0-2. That is popped up shallow left. Here comes Davis. Staring into the sunlight for the out. One gone. This is our T-Mobile game changer this afternoon. Want to talk about Tiger starter Max Scherzer. His totals since late June of 2012 have been extremely impressive.
Really takes a back seat to no one.
37 wins since June 28th of 2012. Here's Chisenhall. A couple of hits and an RBI in the series. Taps it foul 0-1. With Santana getting some time at third base this year, Chisenhall trying to find a spot for him, although he has swung a pretty good bat. 366 coming in. Dave Headliney taking some ground balls at first base, some fly balls in the outfield, trying to make him a little bit more versatile to get his bat in the lineup.
Chisenhall is a former #1 draft choice, and they thought he was going to be their everyday third baseman for the next decade, but really he hasn't performed all that well, and that's why Carlos Santana was given his job.
Drives this one to center field and hit well. Jackson going back, still going back, looks up, it's up against the wall, and it's going to be extra bases. It'll be a 1-out double for Lonnie Chisenhall.
He's had a really good season series so far against Tigers pitching. And Jackson doesn't play in this ballpark all that often, but he played that carom very nicely.
And we'll bring up Mike Aviles.
Yeah, Chisenhall swinging the bat these days the way that they had hoped he was swung the bat the last couple of years.
That is his third hit in this series. Aviles is 1 for 9, couple of RBIs. Strike one from Max on the outside corner.
Chisenhall also had a 4-hit performance against the Tigers when the Indians made their first visit to Comerica Park on April 17th.
Missed it outside.
Max is struggling with his fastball command just a little bit. He is pulling the baseball. That front shoulder must be flying toward first base violently. Therefore, it's inside to the left-handers and down and away to the right-handers.
Ground ball to third and right by Castellanos into left field. That'll score a run. Aviles on to second base with his third RBI in the series, and now it's a 4-2 ball game.
Aviles got a big hit yesterday against Justin Verlander, a breaking ball down with 2 strikes. He hit it in the left center field, drove in a couple of huge runs. Nick Castellanos one step and a dive, but the ball is by him by the time he gets the glove down.
So Aviles gets his 14th RBI, and the Indians right back into this game now after giving up a 4 spot in the first inning.
These Indians not going quietly today, partner.
Well, here is Michael Bourne. Tying run coming to the plate now as he looks at a strike. Bourne had a double in the first inning. That's in the air, left side of the infield. To the grass goes Worth, shading his eyes, and it drops. Danny Worth went back, covered his eyes, and apparently never saw it.
The one thing that Danny didn't do here that most outfielders do and most infield and outfield coaches tell you to do is they want you to turn your body. You see, he never turned his body until the last possible moment. So he was looking directly up in the sun the entire way. The ball never came out of the sun for Danny. What they tell you to do is turn your body right away, and then the ball will come out of the sun for you.
That is the second ball that is dropped in against Max Scherzer. It happened back in the first inning as well. And now 5 hits for the Indians. And here is Asdrubal Cabrera. And we'll see if the Tribe now can take advantage.
They are very aggressive in first pitch swing so far today. Therefore, Max has kind of figured that out along with Brian Holiday. And he's gotten away from throwing first pitch fastballs, throwing change-ups and curveballs to the Tribe hitters.
Breakdown on Max. 30 total, 21 strikes.
Pretty good ratio.
Cabrera had a single in the first inning, which makes him 5 for 10 in this 3-game set. He's got a couple of runners on now in a 4-2 game. Little chopper hit slowly toward first base. Miggy will take it himself. That will advance the runners, and there are 2 gone. 3 unassisted to get Cabrera. And now Max will have to deal with Michael Brantley with a couple of guys in scoring position. Brantley in his first at bat swung on a 3-0 pitch and drilled one right to the second baseman Kinsler.
Michael Brantley also has pretty good numbers against Max Scherzer. And 375 coming into this contest here this afternoon. Good baseball player, Michael Brantley. Plays both sides of the ball. Good defender in left field. Accurate arm. Real good hitter. Hits lefties, hits righties. Loves hitting in this ballpark, too.
Again, Scherzer stays away from that first pitch fastball. But he misses 1 ball, no strikes.
That is the tricky part as we get a look at his career numbers at Progressive Field. If you miss with that changeup, then you either have to come back with a fastball or have confidence enough into throwing another off-speed pitch, which he did.
And it's a count of 1-1.
And now all of a sudden, if you're Max, after throwing a couple of off-speed pitches, you might be able to sneak a fastball by Brantley, because in the back of his mind, he might be sitting on something soft now.
Inside.
Continues to pull that fastball across his body.
He has kept Holiday on his toes here today. 2-1 on Brantley. Murphy waiting on deck. Brantley this year has more walks than strikeouts. He has walked 17 times and struck out only 16 times this year. Drives one to center field. A rocket back up the middle. 2 runs will score. Brantley comes through with a 2-out, 2-run single, and the Indians have tied this game. That thing was a missile, and it had Scherzer ducking out of the way.
Brantley, we've well documented the fact that he gets set very early with his front foot. He gets it up and he gets it down in a hurry, which gives him a lot of time to recognize what he's going to do. And he just unleashed on that fastball back up the middle, and these Indians, boy, they're rolling right now.
Well, the Tigers came out and delivered a punch in the first inning, scoring 4 runs, but the Indians have come right back. And the 4 runs allowed by Scherzer equals a season high. He allowed 4 against San Diego, but that was in 5 innings of work. Murphy knocked one in his first at bat with a sac fly. Runner goes way inside. Throw bouncing into second base. No chance for Holiday. And Brantley steals his 5th in 5 tries. Now Murphy a chance to give his team the lead. Here's the 1-0. Brantley now, by the way, has an 18-game home hitting streak, which ties the Indians' record. A couple of pretty good players also have that record. Robbie Alomar, Kenny Lofton. Here's the 1-1. 2-1 now on Murphy. Ooh, that was close.
Could have gone either way.
Instead of 1-2, it's 2-1. In the air left field. Chasing Davis back. It's over his head up against the wall. Brantley comes in to score. It's a double for David Murphy, and the Indians have a 5-4 lead.
Max had an open base. Didn't really have to pitch to David Murphy. Murphy has good numbers career against the Tigers. He loves hitting in this ballpark, and no hitter in the American League has a better average than Murphy right now with runners in scoring position.
Boy, it looked like the Tigers were going to roll today with that 4-run first inning. They came out swinging the bats. The Indians have not backed off one bit. In the last 2 days, they put up some runs against two really good pitchers.
They've hit a ton of doubles in the series, too.
They got Verlander last night, and now they've gotten 5 against Scherzer. The 5 is the most that Max has given up in a start this year. Here is Swisher. He walked in his first at bat. Fouled out of play 0-1. Wonder what it is for Murphy in this ballpark. He just must see the ball extremely well here.
Yeah, there are times where hitters just love going on the road and hitting in a particular ballpark, and that was the case when he was wearing the Texas Rangers uniform, and that's the main reason why the Cleveland Indians signed him in the offseason. They needed some left-handed pop to go up against some of the real good right-handers in their division, and Murphy provides that.
Inside, 1-1 now on Swisher. Nick's had a big series, 4 out of 8, double and a walk. Murphy at second with 2 outs. It is a 4-run inning for Cleveland. Swing and a miss. 1-2. Tigers sent 8 men to the plate in the first, while the Indians have returned the favor here in the second. Line drive, base hit, right field. Murphy rounding third. They send him home. Throw to the plate, not in time. It's an RBI single for Nick Swisher. His 5th hit in this series against the Tigers.
They are playing with a lot of confidence right now. That started a couple of days ago when they got that walk-off home run against Albuquerque. When the Tigers got to Cleveland, Cleveland was playing as bad as any team in baseball. But you wouldn't know it by the way they played the last 3 days.
They were swept by the A's, outscored 30-6 in that series, and they've come alive here against the Tigers. '18th RBI of the year for Swisher. Here's Giambi now with 2 outs as the Indians bat around here in the second. Ball 1. Swing and a miss. So on consecutive days against Verlander and Scherzer, the Indians have scored 10 runs against those 2 starters. Just what Terry Francona was hoping for, because his team has really scuffled with the sticks this year. Here's the 1-1. Giambi takes inside 2-1. Again, Max missing way inside.
A lot of that credit needs to go to Ty Van Berkeley, their hitting coach. And when you go up against Max and you go up against Verlander, you want to swing at first pitch fastballs, and you want to have success doing so because they have so many good secondary pitches. Cleveland's been very aggressive against those 2.
Phil Koch warming up in the Detroit bullpen. 2-2 on Jason Giambi. Suffered a fractured rib in spring training this year, then was on the disabled list with a calf strain. Fouled away. First 3 games of their homestand, they were 0-3. They were batting .191. Last 2 games against the Tigers, they have really perked up. And they've continued that here today. So it's 3-2 now. And Max's next pitch will be his 50th. Swisher will get a head start at first base. Here's the 3-2. Ground ball right side, foul. $18 in the first and 32 here in the second. 9 men to the plate. And he lost him, ball 4. Two on now with 2 outs, and here's Santana, who started the inning with a fly ball. I think the Indians already in this game 5 for 8 with men in scoring position. Santana bats for the second time in the inning. Ball 1 high as Max continues to struggle. Now at 52 pitches. Here's the 1-0. And we get back into the seats.
Take a look at Max's delivery in Phantom Cam. He is violently, even though it's in slow motion. Look at the front shoulder, how quickly it comes off the baseball. Therefore, the head is not on target, and then he's pulling his head down, therefore not really getting a good look. And that's why he's pulling most of those fastballs across his body that are down and into the left-handers and down and away from the right-handed batter that's in this game. That would be Michael Aviles.
Good pitch there, 1-2.
When delivering the ball toward home plate, what you want to try to accomplish is with that front foot, you want to be on line toward home plate, and you also want to keep that front shoulder on the same line as long as possible. And if you're violently pulling that shoulder across your body, your command's not going to be as good as you'd like for it to be.
High fly ball toward left field. Here comes Davis toward the line. He is under it, and that will be that. A 5-run second for the Indians. They have claimed the lead in the ball game. 38 pitch inning for Max Scherzer. Tigers baseball presented by Bell Tire. on Fox Sports Detroit is brought to you by Arby's. Try Arby's Smokehouse Brisket Sandwich today. And by Bell Tire. Get the lowest tire price, period. Bell Tire. Some of the sights of Game 3 here through the eyes of Phantom Cam. The Tigers all of a sudden are down by 2 runs. It is 6-4 in favor of the Cleveland Indians. They get 1 in the first and 5 in the second, after the Tigers put up 4 against Zach McAllister in the first inning. Martinez, and Jackson here in the Tiger third. Victor had a single to drive in a run in his first at bat, and now 27 RBIs this year. Ball high and away. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Most nights Miguel Cabrera doesn't leave a whole lot for Victor to pick up. And just as he didn't for Prince Fielder the last couple of years. Anytime there's runners in scoring position, usually Miggy driving them in.
Victor's batting average now .327. He was atop the average column along with Miguel Cabrera and Melky Cabrera. And that ball is hit well to right field. Murphy going back, turns on it. That ball is off the top of the wall and into the seats. It's a home run for Victor Martinez, who does it yet again, his 12th of the year. He is 2 for 2 in this game. Martinez off the top of the wall into the seats.
That's one of the things about the Tigers team. They've got a veteran-laden team. They're not going to panic down by 2 with this much baseball to play. And Victor has been locked in really since last July. He gets a fastball on top of the zone, clears those hips out of the way, and hits a line drive right off the top of the wall that bounces into the right field seats.
Tigers get their 5th hit of the game, and for Martinez, his 2nd. Showing no signs of slowing down here in the month of May. All of a sudden, Victor Martinez getting into the home run conversation here. Jose Abreu has 15 to lead Chicago. Martinez gets his 12th.
Victor has 12 homers this year, and he's only struck out 11 times. Still more homers than strikeouts.
Mickey Callaway is out to talk with McAllister, who had a scoreless second. This is shaping up to be a slugfest. Ejections warming up in the bullpen for Cleveland, so both starters now have had somebody warming up behind them in the bullpen. Phil Coke was warming up for Max Scherzer. JD rolls one foul. He hit a 2-run shot to the opposite field back in the first. Martinez's playing time has been sporadic since the Tigers signed him. He was let go by the Astros late in spring training. 2 balls and 1 strike. 55 now for McAllister. 34 strikes. 2-1 pitch is swung on and missed. Rajai Davis was supposed to platoon with Andy Dirks in left field this year. Dirks, of course, had the back surgery. He is now starting baseball activities. But Rajai's kind of grabbed that position all by himself out in left field. Martinez has gotten a couple starts in right. He is starting today for Torrey Hunter, who gets the day off.
If he continues to show the kind of pop that he has shown in his last couple of plate appearances here in Cleveland, Brad Ausmus will find more playing time for JD.
Fouled off.
couple of nights ago as a pinch hitter against their closer, Cody Allen. He took a 1-1 fastball and hit it right over the center field wall to tie the score, sent the game into extra innings in his first plate appearance today. Apataco, opposite field home run. 2-run variety for JD.
And he walked him. So the first 2 Tigers reach here in the 3rd. Second walk in as many innings for McAllister. Well, the Bernstein advantage brings you the pitcher-batter matchup, and this one belongs to Austin Jackson. He has the Bernstein advantage on McAllister. 7 for 14.
Maybe that's why he's going to get him.
That's going to be it for Zach McAllister, who does not survive the 3rd. So it'll be a wall-side windows pitching change here. Atchison's going to come into this contest. He comes trotting in for the bullpen. We'll step aside. Tigers down by a run. On top in this game. Time now for you to tweet your photo using hashtag #DetroitFanPhoto for a chance to have it shown in an upcoming game broadcast that is brought to you by AT&T. Hashtag #DetroitFanPhoto. Tigers fighting right back here. They've gotten a run, and now the new pitcher has come on for the Cleveland Indians.
His fastball will get all the way up to 94 miles an hour. That is Atchison, but his signature pitch is a slider, and he actually throws his slider more than he throws his fastball, especially to right-handed batters.
Atchison facing Jackson, who lined sharply to the first baseman his first time up.
Also has a changeup and a curveball to go along with the other 2 pitches that I previously mentioned.
Last year, Atchison over in the National League with the New York Mets. Veteran right-hander. Driven on a line to right field, right at Murphy. So again, Jackson hits the ball hard, but has nothing to show for it. 1 out, 1 on.
The batter for Detroit.
It'll bring up Castellanos.
Castellanos.
Single back in the first inning for Castellanos. And now Nick in the series, 3 hits and 9 at bats. Runner goes. Throw down to second is on target and in time. JD Martinez come down.
And Martinez is not a base stealer, and we have already told you that Santana behind the plate has a very strong and accurate throwing arm. And once he got the ball down to the second baseman, Aila is waiting on JD.
Base is empty now with 2 outs. Fly ball right field. Murphy going back to the warning track. And that'll retire the side. Tigers get a run back, though. They do so on the Victor Martinez home run to lead things off here in the 3rd. And it's now a 1-run game. So we go to the bottom of the 3rd in Cleveland, and they've gotten to Max Scherzer in 2 innings. He's given up 8 hits, 6 runs. That is a season high for Max. He'll start things off here against Lonnie Chisenhall, then Mike Aviles and Michael Bourne. Ball 1 to Lonnie Chisenhall. Doubled, scored a run his last time up. 6 runs, 8 hits for Cleveland. Tigers 5 runs, 5 hits. 2-0 the count. High fly ball right field. Martinez back, track, wall, looks up, and it's out of here.
Man, is the ball flying here today. That looked like a harmless fly ball to right field off the bat of Chisenhall.
It ended up a couple of rows deep into the seats, and Chisenhall hits his first home run of the season.
He is wearing out Tigers pitching this year.
This is the guy they expected when they drafted him in the 1st round. That is his 2nd extra base hit in this ball game.
Max just can't stop the bleeding. Every time his team scores a run, he goes out there and gives up a run.
Here's Mike Aviles. He'll make it 3 home runs in this game, 2 by the Tigers. Victor and JD Martinez have each homered, and now Chisenhall for the Indians. Way outside. 2-0. 9 hits already for Cleveland. We are only in the 3rd inning today. They got a 5-run 2nd. High fly ball center field, playable. Jackson under it. 1 out. Time for a game break now. Back to the studio we go with Mickey York.
Now back to the Indians, center fielder, Michael Bourne.
All right, Mick. Well, the Rangers are coming in, and we'll see you, Darvish. So that'll be a good start to that series. Robbie Ray getting another start. but no Prince Fielder. Bourne's had a good day. Single, double, 2 runs scored. Rolls that one foul. 0-2 the count. Guess the Rangers right now are hoping that Fielder can avoid surgery and continue to play this year. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Tap foul.
Texas Rangers nearly signed Prince Fielder before the Tigers were able to sign him a few years ago. So they like Prince Fielder's skill set. They like the fact that he plays every day, hits for a lot of power, and drives in runs. But his durability also a reason why they acquired him, but not healthy right now.
And they also had to feel he was a great fit for that ballpark.
Oh, no doubt.
The way that ball flies out there. 0-2 on Michael Bourne. Bouncing in. 1-2 now. Bourne has hit safely in his last 5. He has had hamstring issues. In fact, Bourne had surgery on his hamstring in October. Swing and a miss. Scherzer strikes him out, 2 away. It's our first strikeout for Max.
It's only the 3rd inning, and Brantley's already batted 3 times. Verlander only had 2 strikeouts last night.
Here is Cabrera. Single ground out. In for a strike. 0-1. Cabrera's starting to perk up, and that's good news for him. He got off to a slow start, and fans here were clamoring for one of their top prospects, Francisco Lindor, who is at Double-A right now. And Cabrera's a guy that has been a proven big league hitter, and the average has jumped up. He's 1 for 2 in this game. Leads the team in runs scored. Little chopper to the right side, backhanded there by Cabrera. Max will cover. That'll do it for the Indians. They grab another run on the Chisenhall homer. A 7-5 ball game. The Indians on top of the Tigers after a wild start to this one. Really, since April 25th, the Tigers and Indians were heading in different directions. So that makes this 3-game series somewhat of a head scratcher.
And Tigers had reeled off 11 straight on the road. And when they got to town a couple of days ago, and the Indians had dropped 4 in a row and were not playing good baseball. But you know what they say, that's why you play the games.
Brian Holiday will start things off here for the Tigers.
And Brian might be looking to bunt for a base hit down toward third base. He took a peek at Chisenhall. Chisenhall down there playing real deep.
He looks at a strike from Scott Atchison.
Who was it? Gerald Laird was a good bunter too, wasn't he?
Really good bunter. He took pride in his ability to drop down a bunt, get a base hit. Bouncing ball left side, deep in the hole. Cabrera off balance throw. It got away from Swisher. It'll be an infield hit for Brian Holiday. Tigers get the leadoff man on.
Cabrera showed some nice range at the shortstop position, which he does on a nightly basis, but he threw off balance, jump stepping like Derek Jeter, the way Jeter's made that play a patent on it, and not able to get any help from Swisher on the other side. Jeter's the only one you can see make that play and make it consistently and throw that ball across the diamond accurately.
Here's Danny Wirth after the leadoff hit. Tigers now have 6 hits. Ball 1 high. Wirth hit a ball right in front of the plate his first time up. Santana threw him out. Low. 2-0 the count. Indians going to the bullpen early in this game in the third. McAllister gave up 4 in the first, then the home run to Victor Martinez in the third inning.
And not a bad time to put on a hit and run if you're Brad Ausmus. Get some infielders moving and force Danny Wirth into swinging the bat. Atchison thinking along those same lines.
Swing and a miss. 2-1. Rajai Davis, top of the lineup, waiting on deck. Tigers scored 4 in the first off McAllister. Looked like they were going to cruise today, but these Indians, they countered with a 5-run second. Tribe trying to get the sweep and to climb back into the standings race. They would be 7.5 back if they can win this game after being double digits behind at the start of the series. Bouncing ball to third, foul.
Last time Max gave up 7 runs in a game, you have to go back a calendar year. You have to go all the way back to April of 2013. Doesn't happen very often.
Scherzer has only 1 strikeout after 3 innings today. Swing and a miss, and Danny is out on strikes.
Make that 2012 the last time Max has given up 7 runs in a game. So even further, 2 years. That's how good he's been. No hiccups whatsoever.
Here's Rajai Davis. Single strikeout for Davis. 0-1.
I told you that Atchison throws lots of sliders to right-handers. As a matter of fact, 53% of the time he throws a slider to right-handed batters. A heavy dose of them. That's more than Albuquerque.
That's a lot.
Yeah. He pitched for Terry Francona in Boston, and he had a really good year in Boston, and therefore finds himself pitching for his former manager again. Managers don't forget. And when a guy has a real good season for them, and that guy might be acquired and they might need a bullpen piece or starter, they'll go get that guy.
Bouncing ball to short. Cabrera fires to second, one relay to first, not going to be in time. Davis able to beat it out.
I don't know if Aviles would have stopped on the bag and quickly turned to throw to first base. Would they've had to? But the fact of the matter is he came across the bag so aggressively he couldn't get anything on his throw, and you're not going to throw out Aviles throwing off balance. I mean, throw out Davis throwing off balance like that.
Two outs for Kinsler. Ian reaching on a throwing error by Chisenhall back in the first inning, and he walked in the second. First season in the big leagues for Scott Atchison was way back in 2004 when he broke in with the Seattle Mariners, the first organization that he played for professionally. In the air to center. Straighted Michael Bourne. And that'll be it for the Tigers. In the fourth, no runs, infield single, one man left. 3.5 in the books here in Cleveland. The lead, and for Cleveland, Michael Brantley will be starting things off, and he had himself a two-run single back in the second. And Brantley now with an 18-game home hitting streak, and in that stretch he is batting .402 with 6 homers and 19 RBIs. And look at the OPS. Brantley on a roll here at Progressive Field. His 2 RBIs today gives him 35 for the year, so he's top 10 in that category in the league. As Max Scherzer goes to work. And a ball inside at low, 1-0 on Brantley.
And Michael Brantley, early season candidate to represent his squad at the All-Star game at Target Field in Minnesota this year.
Here's the 1-0 pitch. High fly ball, shallow left. Rajay Davis cruising in. And they retire Brantley, 1 out here in the 4th inning. Fans, you can see the Tigers play the Texas Rangers tomorrow at 108. Get 4 tickets, 4 hot dogs, 4 bags of chips, and 4 drinks, all at a discounted price. It's the Tigers weekday value pack. Call 866-66-TIGER or visit tigers.com. David Murphy looks at a strike.
Tigers will see one of the best pitchers in the American League tomorrow afternoon, Yu Darvish of the Texas Rangers.
Into right field where J.D. Martinez makes the call and the catch. So Murphy is retired and 2 quick outs. Darvish came in with a 2.32 earned run average. which was good for 4th in the league. Max was leading the league, but the 7 runs he has allowed today is going to mess up those numbers. Two up, two down here in the 4th inning. Swisher, the batter. Single and a walk. One ball, no strikes. Mark Ejections warming up. Fouled back out of play. One ball, two strikes. Nick Swisher. RBI single, part of the 5-run second, and Swisher now 5 hits in this series against Detroit. 5 for 9. He's also walked in this game today. Here's the 1-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Swisher. Max now at 78 pitches in this game, and we're only in the 4th inning. Here's a swing and a miss. Number 79 ends the 4th inning. Second strikeout of the game. Victor Martinez will bat second. We go to the 5th, and what a road trip it has been for Victor. 4 home runs, including a solo shot in the 3rd inning today. Tigers baseball on Fox Sports Detroit is brought to you by the Sam Bernstein Law Firm, official legal services sponsor of Fox Sports Detroit, and by the new Chevy Silverado light duty and heavy duty lineup. Had a couple of heavy duty lineups here today. They've combined for 7 and 5, 12 runs in this ball game, and 15 hits as well. We've got a new pitcher now for the Cleveland Indians. That would be Mark Ejections.
And Ejections got a fastball that will top out at 94 miles an hour. He averages about 92 with that pitch. His pitch of choice to left-handers is a slider, change-up to the right-handed batters when he gets to his secondary offerings.
Well, Ejections facing the middle of the Tigers lineup here. Cabrera, Martinez as we go to the 5th.
About 86% of the time when he goes up against a right-hander, he throws a fastball, but there's no ordinary right-hander standing in the batter's box right now.
quick without looking. Spell Zebczynski.
RZEPCZYNSKI.
You were looking. I'm like, oh my God, he's going to get this. Pretty good, though. 1 ball, 1 strike. Cabrera had a sac fly to drive in a run in the first. He flied out in the second. McAllister started. Atchison came on for an inning and actually 2 innings. He caught a runner trying to steal. So 2 full for Atchison, and now Zebczynski. There it is. The official spelling. He's here in the 5th inning. Cabrera is much easier to spell. That'll bounce in. 2-1 the count. Zebczynski broke in with the Toronto Blue Jays back in 2009 and went to the Cardinals, where he was used quite a bit out of their bullpen.
I'm sure there's a lot of announcers that have messed up his name over the years.
Oh, no doubt.
And continue to mess it up.
Here's the 2-1. 3-1 on Miguel Cabrera. Miggy now with 40 RBIs. Victor lurking on deck. Here's the 3-1 pitch. That's going to go all the way to the backstop. Cabrera will get himself a walk.
Let's get you caught up with the Comerica Bank game summary. Tigers got on the board first against Zach McAllister, their starter. They ended up with 4 runs in that inning, but the Cleveland Indians, they have played very well in this series. They got a lot of hits against Verlander in last night's game. They've done that again here to Max Scherzer. They have tacked a 7 spot on Max, and V-Mart just continues his torrid pace. His 12th home run so far of the year. Chisenhall also chipped in with another hit in the series and continues to really hit Tigers pitching well this season.
Certainly has been a wild finale here. The Tigers a 4-run first, the Indians a 5-run second. Now Martinez 2 RBIs today.
One of the most impressive things regarding Martinez and how hot he's been really since July of last year is how he's been able to maintain the consistency with his swing from both sides. It's remarkable.
Strike called on the outer edge.
It's tough enough as a hitting coach to keep one guy locked in from one side, let alone get him dialed in from both sides of the dish.
Is it just that good, or does it take continuous work day after day?
He's that good, but he also is a tireless worker. He works on his swing as much as anybody.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Finally has his legs underneath him again after the knee surgery a couple of years ago. It took him about a half a year last year to really stabilize the legs, but because he did so much work on the legs when he had the injury, he's hitting for much more power these days. His base is very, very strong. His foundation.
How do you have more home runs than strikeouts at this point? I mean, we're nearly into June. Ball low. 2-1. Martinez now 12 hits on the road trip. Tigers won the first 6 games on the trip and then dropped 2 here to the Indians. Line foul right in front of Omar Vizquel. Oh, right through the wickets.
Yeah, it did. Got to get the old tailgate down.
The worst thing is he had to chase it all the way to the outfield wall. You'll get another shot. 2-2 the count. Drilled to left field. That ball is hooking, and it's going to get to the wall.
Victor, stop.
Cabrera's headed to third base. Martinez racing to second, sliding in with a double.
Here is what I'm speaking of Victor Martinez and the consistency that he has and has had since July of last year for both sides of the plate. Look at the lower half. How he has his legs underneath him, and simply the hips rotate, which gets the bat into the hitting zone, and he also takes a real good direction. It's all about balance, good foundation, and if you have the skill set and the hand-eye coordination that Victor has, you're going to do a lot of damage. He has been money. Look at the hands leading here. Oh, I think I like that phantom cam.
Pretty sweet. Big swing there by J.D. Martinez, who's had a nice day. 2-run shot and the walk. So the Tigers now have the tying runs in scoring position. Nobody out here in the 5th inning. J.D. homered the opposite field. 2-run shot in the first. Pulled foul. If you're a guy like Martinez who really gets sporadic playing time, what do you do to keep your swing in shape?
Well, you have to work a lot in the cage early. You have to get there early before the regulars get there. Lots of soft toss, lots of front side soft toss, lots of tee work. You have to take lots of swings in batting practice, and really you have to try to focus on hitting the ball the opposite way most of the time. Most of these guys at this level during batting practice, it's very easy to just hit everything out of the ballpark when you're an extra player knowing you're not going to play, but you really have to work on some things to make sure when you do get an opportunity, you give yourself the best chance to succeed. It's not easy to play the role that J.D. Martinez is playing here in the big leagues.
Couple of home runs, 3 RBIs in the series. Plus a base on balls. Swing and a miss. And Martinez goes down on strikes, 1 out. Here is Austin Jackson.
Austin's been pretty good in these situations this year. Runner on third, less than 2 outs. He has 5 sacs flies, which leads the Tigers. He'll take a base hit here, but the sac fly also works.
Cabrera started with a walk. Martinez doubled to left field, his 3rd hit of the day, which leaves him a triple shy of the cycle.
2 hits left-handed and 1 missile that short hopped the gate right-handed.
Victor have enough speed to get a triple?
If Bourne and Brantley both fall down, he might get there.
They're going to have to knock heads too.
The way he's going, though, I wouldn't put anything past him.
1-0. Jackson has hit the ball hard twice today, both the opposite way. Lined out to first, lined out to right. And Austin with a runner at third base, less than 2 outs, trying to get it done here again. Way outside. 2-0 on Jackson. 2 for 25 on the road trip now for Austin. But he's got a tremendous opportunity here to tie it up.
He really has to make sure that he makes Ejections get something up in the strike zone. He's got that hitter-friendly count right now that we always speak of, 2 balls and no strikes.
Strike call, 2-1.
Threw him a breaking ball on the 2-0 pitch.
Santana able to stop it and smother it before it goes to the backstop. So Jackson now is way ahead in the count, 3-1. They've had McAllister, Atchison, and now Ejections. And despite early struggles, Max Scherzer has gone all the way so far for the Tigers. He had a 1-2-3-4. Here's the 3-1. Swing and a miss. 3-2 on Jackson.
Good change up there. And Jackson looking for a fastball, and rightfully so. And a nice breaking ball. Thought it was a changeup, but it was a slider by Ejections.
Fly ball right field. So get a run in, chasing Murphy back, edge of the warning track. Cabrera scores. Martinez will move to third base, and it's an RBI for Jackson. 13th of the year for AJ.
That's a perfect example of why Austin Jackson not striking out nearly as much for the last 2 years as he did earlier in his career. Early in the count, he had himself in some good fastball counts. He took a big swing trying to take advantage of those, but after 2 strikes, he just shortened up and put the ball in play.
So with the tying run at third, here is Nick Castellanos. Single and a fly ball for Castellanos. Strike one. Ejections was traded to the Indians last year, and after joining Cleveland, he appeared in 27 games. And he allowed just 2 earned runs for an ERA of 0.89. Boy, was he big for them last year. Ball outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Nick trying to drive in a 2-out run here to try and tie this game. Two RBIs today for Martinez. Swing and a miss. 2 RBIs as well for JD Martinez. One and two. Way outside. Holiday would be next should Martinez reach. Fly ball toward the gap in right center field. Ball is hit well, and it's up against the wall and over the wall into the seats. Ground roll double for Castellanos, and he ties this game with 2 outs. RBI 2-base hit for Nick Castellanos.
7th double of the season for Castellanos, and he hasn't seen a fastball he doesn't like. When he gets a fastball that's close to the zone, he does a lot of damage, and one of the things he also does very well, he loves to hit that ball into that right center field gap.
Tigers get another 2-out run as Castellanos comes through. That's their 8th hit of the game, and it's a 7-7 contest, and back to the bullpen will go the Indians. It is another Wallside Windows pitching change. We'll step aside. AT&T fan photo of the game today. Tweet your photo to hashtag Detroit fan photo for a chance to be shown in an upcoming game broadcast that is brought to you by AT&T. Here is Carlos Carrasco. He is the new pitcher now out of the bullpen for the Indians.
And Carrasco pitching in his 10th game. The ERA is over 6, and he has 30 strikeouts against 11 walks so far.
He's facing Holiday now. The Tigers have a chance to reclaim the lead here after tying it up on the Castellanos double.
And Carrasco has a big arm, but apparently he gets himself in too many friendly fastball counts. And even though he throws 97 miles an hour, big league hitters, if they know that fastball's coming and it's straight, they can hit it.
Carrasco began the year in the rotation for the Indians, had a miserable month of April. In 4 starts, his ERA was almost 7. And so he was sent to the bullpen on April 29th. Hitters this year are batting .353 against him with runners in scoring position, which is the situation here. Fouled away. 1-2 now on Holiday. Tigers put together a 2-run 5th here to tie it up. 7-7 ball game. And the 1-2. Soft line drive towards second and caught there by Aviles. That'll end the inning. Tigers though tie it up. RBIs for Jackson and Castellanos at Tigers baseball. Presented by Bell Tire. Seven ball game as we go to the bottom of the 5th inning slugfest this afternoon. They've combined for 14 runs on 17 hits. And Max Scherzer now has found himself back in an even ball game. Jason Giambi leads it off and he looks at a strike. Giambi, Santana, then Chisenhall. Still looking for his first hit of the season. He is 0 for 11. He has a walk in this game. And he shoots one back up the middle. He is now searching for that hit no longer. A leadoff single here in the bottom of the 5th inning for Giambi, which makes it an even 10 hits now for Cleveland.
Very important for Max to put a 0 up on the board here in the bottom half of the 5th inning after his team has just tied the score.
Well, Scherzer had the 1-2-3-4. We'll bring up Santana. Santana flat out twice to left field in the second inning. That was the 5-run second for the Cleveland Indians. He made the first out and the last out of that frame. And a strike call to the outer edge. Fastball that time for Max. 0-2. Santana once again finds himself down in the count. Now 2 for his last 22. The 0-2. Bouncing in to the backstop it goes, and Giambi will amble down to second base.
Holiday had absolutely no chance at helping Max out on that wild pitch. No chance, and look how much he misses his target by here.
A bunch. Now Santana steps out as Max takes too long. Swung out and missed, and down he goes. He is 0 for 3 in the game.
Santana has a pretty good eye. He will walk a lot, but he'll also chase off-speed pitches at the bottom of the zone. Here is our high-speed Xfinity on Max Scherzer so far. 95 is the top fastball. That is been recorded by Xfinity. A low of 71. That's on a curveball.
And that is only the 3rd strikeout of the game for Max, who twice this year has struck out 10 in a contest. Drops one in for strike 1.
Looks like he has found his off-speed pitches here in the 5th.
Max had at least 7 strikeouts in 8 of his first 9 starts. Tigers scored 4 in the first inning, but the Indians came roaring back. They scored the next 6 runs. Driven to center field. Jackson is on the move. Warning track to make the catch. 2 gone as Giambi holds up. Hey, the Tigers finish up their weekend series with the Rangers this Sunday at 1:08. It's Sunday Kids Day. All kids 14 and under receive a free Detroit Tigers starting rotation poster. For tickets, call 866-66-TIGER or visit tigers.com.
Many of the experts out there say that there is no other starting 5 that rivals the Tigers as starting quintet.
Stat-wise, that was the truth, although those stats have taken a bit of a hit the last 2 days. Mike Aviles looks at a strike, 0-1.
Another good breaking ball there by Max. He didn't really like where it was located. It was hanging, but he did get the strike call. If you're going to hang a breaking ball on the first pitch, that's a good time to hang one. Hitters are usually locked in for the fastball.
Chopper to the shortstop, Worth on the backhand. Aviles is out, and the threat is over for the Indians. 5 in the books in Cleveland today. 7-7 game. Progressive Field in Cleveland. We go to the 6th inning and some news and notes from around the major leagues. Chris Davis, did you see the night he had last night?
Yeah, he played long ball 3 times. He was really scuffling going into that game.
Well, apparently not any longer. Adam Wainwright last night against the Diamondbacks, his first career 1-hitter.
He's legit. He's an outstanding big league pitcher.
9 punch-outs in that game for Wainwright. And we talked about Prince. He will not travel to Detroit with that herniated disc in his neck. His numbers started to improve a little bit. He was in the low 200s most of the month of April. Here's Danny Worth to start it off as we go to the top of the 6th. Carrasco back at the hill. Worth and then Davis and Kinsler. And Danny cuts and misses 0-1. Ground out strikeout for Danny Worth. Down the middle it comes, 0-2. And that is strike 3, but it gets by Santana to the backstop. It rolls, and the Tigers get a break there. He'll put the leadoff man on.
The ball was tipped by Danny Worth. It's a breaking ball outside, and Santana not able to keep it in front of him. Up ball went right through his legs.
Wow.
Actually, he didn't make contact with it.
Strikeout pass ball. Davis looks at ball 1.
And for whatever reason this year, Davis is better as a leadoff hitter than he is a number 9 hitter, and he's also better when hitting with runners on base versus bases empty. Big difference in those numbers.
One-0 is way outside. Santana leaving his crouch to haul that one in.
This is why Carrasco has problems. He always falls behind. Then he's forced into throwing that fastball. And when hitters know it's coming, even though it's firm in the mid-90s, they can still hit it. No problem.
Two-0 is outside. 3-0. That one is also boxed by Santana.
And here's those numbers on Davis with runners on base, hitting a cool 388. Under the Mendoza line when the sacks are empty.
Strike called. 3-1 now on Rajay. Checked it. Did he go?
Maybe.
Rajay took a couple of steps to first base. Full count, 3-2. Carrasco, you might remember, was part of that big Cliff Lee deal back in 2009. He was one of the key pitchers they received in that deal, but he's had so many arm problems since. He's been on the disabled list 3 times. Elbow surgery. Popped up. Santana being called off by Chisenhall. Much easier play for him. One away.
Stepping in for the Tigers, number 3, Ian Kinsler.
It's going to bring up Kinsler. Ian is hitless today, but he's been on base a couple of times, a walk, and he also has reached on an error. Here's the 0-1. Kinsler cuts and misses. Now it's 0-2. Tigers today have been out hit 10-8. We are tied at 7 as we play in the 6th. The 0-2 went around. Strike is called by Tim Timmons. Did he say he went? Well, Kinsler can't believe it. And Brad Ausmus is saying, get an appeal on that play. I don't know if he went. It sure looked like he checked his swing.
Was that Brad? We haven't seen that out of the skipper.
It is Ausmus.
Yeah, it is. I'm just making a joke. We haven't seen him get fired up like that yet. And Brad is simply saying, get an appeal on that. And he should have gotten an appeal on that. That's close enough to get asked for an appeal.
Well, if the home plate umpire makes the call, then he is saying that he saw that.
No doubt.
And so he did not ask for the appeal. The home plate umpire does not have to give you an appeal. And now Cabrera's getting the face of Tim Timmons, and off comes the mask.
Don't get kicked out, Miggy.
Oh, no. Come on.
That was quick.
And now we're going to see Brad Ausmus like we've never seen him before. And he's out of the ball game. Oh, Ausmus going off for the first time this year. And he is going to let Timmons know what he thinks. Cabrera has been kicked out of the game. And that's just dandy. The best hitter in the game now is done for the day, and it's 7-7.
I don't know what Miggy said to Tim Timmons, but the trigger was awfully quick. That is about the third time in the last couple of years we've seen Miguel Cabrera kicked out of a game in the middle of an at-bat.
Yeah. So the best hitter in the game. We'll watch the rest of it from the clubhouse. Let's check this one out.
That's all right. We can watch Tim Timmons for the rest of this one, though.
Yeah, it looked like he went.
He did. Miggy may have been a little frustrated over the fact that Tim Timmons did not get the Kinsler did not get the call, so that might have been something that just kind of triggered over, but Miggy did clearly go too far there.
So Don Kelly now will finish this at bat. Cabrera ejected. Ausmus ejected. Kelly inherits an 0-1 count.
Was it last year Miggy got kicked out of a game with the bases loaded, didn't he?
Was it here? Or was it home?
I'm not sure where it was at. It may have been one of the times was in Chicago. I know that.
1 ball, 1 strike. Well, with the new replay rules and the challenges, you don't see the good old-fashioned arguments from the managers anymore. But we got one here. Ball outside. I don't think there's any doubt Miggy went around. It's just the quick heave-ho that is raising some eyebrows. Although clearly Timmons told him twice to get back in the box. Here's the 2-1. Kelly takes outside. He has run the count now to 3 balls and 1 strike. Carrasco came on in the 5th inning, got the final out of that frame. Pitching here in the 6th. Fouled straight back by Don. 3-2 the count on Kelly. 7-7 game here in the 6th inning. The Tigers have lost their number 3 hitter and their manager. And the bench coach Gene Lamont at the helm now for Detroit. 3-2 with the runner going, and it's fouled back out of play. Victor Martinez on deck. If Kelly can get it to him. Fouled away. So Danny Worth getting his sprints in. Will head back to first base. And he walked him, so Kelly draws the base on balls. He will indeed get it to Victor Martinez. Mickey Callaway coming out, their pitching coach now. With Victor due up here in a 7-7 game, Tigers have 2 men on. Hey, by the way, you can join us again tomorrow. The Tigers head home to take on the Texas Rangers. They are coming to town, and our coverage will begin at noon with Tigers Live. Don't forget, it's a day game tomorrow. A Thursday day game to start the series. The Tigers and the Rangers tomorrow at noon. It's right here on Fox Sports Detroit. But before we get there, Victor Martinez hitting here with 2 on and 2 outs.
Indians going to employ the shift against Victor, as many teams are doing these days. They have 3 guys on the right side of the infield. The second baseman, Aviles, is playing shallow right field. Chisenhall, their third baseman, the lone member on the left side of the infield.
Well, it's been a big day for Martinez. Single, double, homer. Carrasco missing outside, 1-0. The home run that he hit was his 12th of the season already. Team high for the Tigers in that category. And again, Carrasco stays away, and the count goes to 2-0.
It would be very risky for Mickey Callaway, their pitching coach, to have Tone Carrasco to pitch around Victor to load the bases. He doesn't have the best command.
J.D. Martinez on deck.
And the reason I say that is because if he does walk Victor, that would load the bases.
2-1.
Good changeup there in the 2-0 count. At about 87 miles an hour from Carrasco. It's a hard changeup, but his fastball gets up to 97.
Chopper, right side of the infield. Martinez busting it down the line, and he's out by a step, and Victor takes a header, and down it goes. Oh, I hope he's all right. Martinez will struggle to his feet, but the inning is over. Tigers get a couple of base runners, and they will lead 2 as we head to the bottom of the 6th here in Cleveland. Martinez at first base, and it was awfully close, so they're taking a look at it now, trying to decide if that inning is still alive or if we are actually going to the bottom of the sixth. Out was the call. Pretty close. Victor touching it right there. Hard to tell.
Yeah, it sure is.
And in those cases, they usually stay with the call on the field, but we'll see. Looks like they have their decision. He's out. So now the Indians can finally leave the field. Martinez out on the play at first base. So we'll step aside. 7-7 is our score. We'll be back. This one, it's been kind of a strange game. Tigers out to an early big lead, and then the Indians fought back. Tigers have had Miguel Cabrera ejected, so Don Kelly takes over at first base.
Max has given up 7 runs in this game, and last time Max gave up 7 runs in a game, you got to go back 2 calendar years, April of 2012.
Tigers without their manager as well. Brad Ausmus was ejected from the contest. There's a strike called on Michael Bourne. He'll be followed by Cabrera, then Brantley. Scherzer's still out there. And Max missing low. 2 balls and 1 strike. The big inning was a 5-run second for the Indians. Little looper into shallow right center field. Jackson can't get there, base hit. Michael Bourne having a day. That's his 3rd hit of this game.
He was good yesterday too. A couple doubles in last night's game.
Got a 5-game hitting streak now for the Indians. More action in the Detroit bullpen. Phil Koch was warming up earlier in this game. He is now tuning up again in the Detroit pen. Couple of ground outs and a single for Asdrubal Cabrera. He'll knock one foul back out of play. Left field line. Scherzer now at 95 pitches in this game. Zach McAllister, the starter for the Indians, was taken out of the contest back in the third. Max, however, has survived, despite the fact that he's given up 7 runs on 11 hits to this point.
And Max, a lot like Justin Verlander, every time they go out there, they're going to be out there for a while. He's thrown over 100 pitches in every last one of his starts this year.
And as Brad Ausmus said yesterday, Verlander stayed out there and saved the bullpen a little bit after giving up a lot of early offense. Indians scored 5 runs in the first 2 innings on JV last night, but then he settled in.
And Tigers had a lot of days off the first month of the season, and not so many in the month of May. They're playing nearly every day these days. No days off.
Leadoff single by Bourne. 0-2 on Asdrubal Cabrera. Scherzer has struck out 3 in this contest. Bourne down there at first base has not stolen nearly as many as he was stealing and really running as much as he was in the National League. He had 61 stolen bases a few years back, and when you look at the leaders since 2008, it's Bourne and Davis both in this game, both atop that list. Ball high. 1-2. Michael Brantley waiting on deck. And time call now as Cabrera steps out. Scherzer taking too long. Max slowing it down with Bourne at first base. Bourne 3 steals. He's been caught 3 times. Two and two. Middle of the lineup today doing a lot of damage for the Indians. Brantley 2 RBIs. Murphy 2 RBIs. Swisher has knocked 1 in. They're 3, 4, and 5 hitters. Here's the 2-2. Ground ball to second. Should be 2. Kinsler work and a double play. 4-6-3.
Max did a nice job at making sure that Bourne didn't get a good jump. He couldn't steal second base. Therefore, he kept the double play in order. It looked like Kinsler was slipping as he fielded this ball, but he also gave a real nice shuffle pass to Danny Wirth.
Hey, Saturday is a full day of Major League action, beginning with the Rangers taking on the Tigers on Fox Sports 1. Then it's the season premiere of Baseball Night in America on Fox. Cardinals battle the Reds. The Royals square off against the Angels. Our Nationals taking on the Pirates. Our Major League Baseball doubleheader begins Saturday at 3:30 Eastern on Fox Sports 1. And that ball is hit deep to center field, off the wall, and Brantley's at it again. He'll pull in with a 2-base hit.
And Michael Brantley continues to wear out Tigers pitching. And one of the things that he's also done, when they throw him a fastball on the first pitch, he drills it. And Jackson played this ball off the wall. And another double for the Indians in the series.
Second hit of the game for Brantley. He's got a homer and 2 doubles in this series. Jeff Jones coming out to pay a visit to Max Scherzer, who has now thrown an even 100 pitches in the game.
Well, the message that he is delivering to Max should be the message to walk David Murphy. With the base open and 2 outs, the league's leading hitter with runners in scoring position. But then again, there are times when you have a veteran pitcher on the mound like Max that you will simply go out there and say, you know what, I'm going to give you the opportunity to pitch around him, but don't make any mistakes. I don't want you just to lob 4 up there. We'll see which way they go. Maybe it's the latter.
It appears to be. High pop up left side of the infield. See if it stays in play. Looks like it will, and it's caught by Danny Worth to end the inning. Nothing comes of the 2-out double. To the 7th we go. Yeah, Mick, I got nothing left. Nothing at all. So it's going to be an interesting 4 days at home before the Tigers do indeed head out to the West Coast. But in the meantime, we've got to decide this one here today, and it's been a kind of a weird battle. 7-7 is our score. And the Tigers send J.D. Martinez to the plate here in the 7th inning. Martinez, Jackson, and Castellanos facing the right-hander, Carlos Carrasco. J.D. has hit a 2-run shot in this game. He's also walked. And Carrasco starts him off with a breaking ball strike right at the knees, 0-1. Tigers today have been out hit 12-8. Their big inning came in the first. They put up 4 on Zach McAllister. Foul tip, and the count now is 0-2.
Here is our Nissan drive of the game, and it happened back in the first inning. It was J.D. Martinez against their starter, Zach McAllister. The opposite way, 2-run home run for Martinez, his 2nd homer of the series.
Jackson to follow, then Castellanos here in the 7th. That'll bounce in as Santana goes down to block it. Well, the way this one was looking early, I'm not sure I believe that Max would be able to stick around for 6 full in this game. But he has kept them off the board the last 3 innings. And his team has been able to come back and tie it up. Here's the 1-2. Came inside that time and missed.
Carrasco thought he had strike 3 there. He didn't miss by much.
Bouncing ball back up the middle. The second baseman, Aviles, has it. JD is out of there. One gone here in the seventh. Send up Austin Jackson now. Jackson's had 3 really good at-bats today. Hit the ball hard his first 2 times up, but had nothing to show for it. And then he hit a sac fly in the 5th inning.
And Tigers have a couple of really nice weapons on their bench this afternoon. Avila didn't start. Torrey Hunter didn't start. Should they get themselves in a situation where they might want to pinch hit for the guys that are batting in the bottom of the batting order today.
Oh, 0-1 on Jackson. Make it 0-2. Austin now has 6 sacrifice flies.
Yeah, hit that 6th one earlier today.
Now the 0-2. In fact, the Tigers lead the league in sac flies now with Jackson's today, and Cabrera had one earlier before being ejected. Here's strike 3 called. Jackson is out, 2 gone. 23 total sac flies for the Tigers club, leading the American League.
First 3 pitches to Austin Jackson were breaking balls, and then he came back with a fastball about 96, and Jackson couldn't pull the trigger.
Here's Castellanos. Nick, a double to drive in a run. It was a huge one back in the 5th with 2 outs. His double plated Martinez. That tied the game at 7. The 0-1. 0-2 on Nick Castellanos. Grounded foul, third base side, right by Dave Clark. And a souvenir. 20th RBI of the season for Castellanos, courtesy of his double in his last at bat. Ball high, 1-2.
Well, if you're Castellanos, you know what you're going to get on the next pitch, but you really can't look for the breaking ball, not with 2 strikes. That last fastball was just to change the eye level, to go back down Sayers with something soft.
Here's the 1-2. Fouled away. Nick has 4 home runs so far this year. Castellanos' last home run was on May 4th in KC.
This last curveball, good pitch to hit for Castellanos, though. It's hanging, it's right down the middle. He fouled it straight back.
That'll get through, base hit. 2-out single for Castellanos. That'll bring up Holiday. Tigers have their 9th hit. It's a 3-hit day for Nick. Holiday had an infield single in the 4th, his only hit here this afternoon. Tigers have the go-ahead run at first base with 2 outs. 1-1. Carrasco, since coming on in the 5th inning, up to 46 in the pitch count now. Danny Worth waiting on deck. Tigers offense came in tops in the league in batting average. They've added 7 runs on 9 hits today. But the Indians have been right there as well. They've got 12 hits in this contest. Terry Francona's team getting a little bit better in terms of numbers offensively in this series against the Tigers.
It won't be long before they get a little better too. They're going to get their all-star second baseman back, Kipnis, shortly.
Kipnis has been on the DL since the end of April. He is hopefully, at least for the Indians, they think he's coming back Monday possibly. Here's the 2-2. Rolled foul. See former closer John Axford warming up for the Indians. He's been taken out of that spot by Francona. Kind of closer by committee now for the Indians. Checked it, did not go. 3-2.
Managers don't like that closer by committee stuff, but sometimes you have to do it until you find someone that can really handle it.
It is 50 now for Carrasco. Runner goes on 3-2 and it's ball 4. Good bat there by Holiday. He draws a walk. And that'll put 2 men on now. And Danny Worth will stroll in.
And Brad must have told Torrey and also Aila they were going to have total days off, because if not, you would think this would be a real good situation to use one of the two. And the runners on first and second, 2 outs.
Number 29, Danny Worth.
So here is Worth. A couple of strikeouts, and he tapped one in front of the plate. His first at bat and was thrown out. And it appears that Carrasco is done for the afternoon after 51 pitches out of the bullpen. So Axford will be coming out of the bullpen now for the Indians. With MLB.com at bat for your favorite mobile phone or tablet. Get live look-ins, instant replay, scores, stats, audio, free MLB.tv game of the day, and a whole lot more. Download at the App Store or visit Tigers.com.
Looks like the hitting coach Wally Joyner noticed something with Austin Jackson in his hands, and he went back to relay that to Austin, what he figured out he may have been doing wrong in that last at bat.
Here are the numbers on Axford.
70% of the pitches that he throws are fastballs. He likes his fastball. It's a big fastball. It tops out at 98, average 95. He also has a curveball, slider, and a changeup to go with that fastball. Doesn't throw the changeup very often.
He'll face Danny Wirth. Axford was removed from the closer's role May 10th. He'll try and quiet things here in the 7th inning. The Tigers have a 2-out threat going here. Single by Castellanos and a walk for Brian Holiday. So here's Wirth now. Danny 0 for 3 in the ball game, trying to deliver with 2 outs in the 7th. 1 ball, no strikes. Two and 0. Axford last year splitting time between Milwaukee and St. Louis. Way high, and the count goes to 3-0 now, and the number 9 hitter Danny Wirth. Axford had some success with Milwaukee, had 46 saves back in 2011, and then followed that up with 35 more the next year. Here's the 3-0. He walked him on 4 straight pitches, and that's going to load the bases. Back-to-back walks after the single by Castellanos with 2 outs.
Stepping to the plate for the Tigers, number 20, Rajay Davis.
Here's Rajay Davis now with the bases full.
That's the 5th free pass the Tigers have been given by Tri pitching this afternoon. Only 1 has come around to score.
Oh, Davis didn't like that call. Rajay in the ball game, a single in 4 at bats, trying to break this 7-7 tie here in the 7th inning. Offered up a bunt, but let it go by. 1-1 the count. Tigers trying to make good on this 2-out rally. 2 out, nobody on. They've loaded them up now. Here's the 1-1. Bouncing ball to second. And Davis is out, and the threat is over for the Tigers in the 7th. No runs. They hit a pair of walks. They leave him full, and it's time to stretch. Well, the Tigers trying to get another inning out of Max Scherzer. He's thrown 101 pitches in this game, 6 innings, 12 hits, 7 earned runs, and 3 strikeouts. But he has kept the Indians off the board since the run they got in the 3rd, and now Max goes to work here in the bottom of the 7th.
If you're just joining us, first a couple of innings today, Max needed 55 pitches. And he gave up 6 runs to the Indians in the first 2 innings. The last 4 innings, he's thrown a total of 47 pitches.
Swisher, Giambi, and Santana here in the 7th inning as they play to pull on Swisher. One ball and 1 strike. Swisher an RBI single and a walk in this game. Pulled foul down the first base line. 1-2 the count. Swisher now with 18 RBIs. Also leads their team in strikeouts. He's punched out 44 times this year. Here's the 1-2. Swing and a miss. Add another one to that total. 1 gone.
Stepping in for the Indians, number 25, Chisenhall.
He's going to bring up Giambi.
Pretty good change up there by Max at 84 miles an hour.
Giambi became the oldest player in Major League history to hit a walk-off home run last July against the Chicago White Sox. Jason's been on the disabled list. He is 43 years old.
He had a couple of those last year.
Pinch hit game-ending home run in September against the White Sox again. There's a ball high and away. 2-0 the count. So a couple of big ones last year against the Sox. As you look at his career numbers, 438 long balls for Giambi in his 20th season. 2-1.
A former MVP, and when he was wearing the Oakland Athletics uniform.
He has rolled up some big numbers, 7 times over 100 RBIs. And a strike. 2-2 on Giambi now, who holds a little conversation with Tim Timmons.
That appeared to be a good pitch. A well-located fastball thrown by Max at 93 miles an hour.
Foul away. Santana waiting on deck. Giambi's major league career began in 1995. And he'll stay alive. Looks like there's some action in the Tigers bullpen. Lefty Ian Kroll is tuning up. Swing and a miss. So Scherzer now back-to-back strikeouts give him 5 for the ball game.
That's the same pitch that he struck out Nick Swisher with. That real good changeup. It's a circle change with some real nice action that kind of dips down and away from the lefties. Also dips right under those bats.
Here's Santana. He's 0 for 3. Couple of flyouts and a strikeout. Fly ball to right field on a line, straight at Martinez, and it's going to be an easy 1-2-3 inning for Max Scherzer. 7 in the books here in Cleveland, and we are still tied at 7.
7 here with 9 hits for the Tigers, 12 hits for the Cleveland Indians. And one of the biggest hits for Cleveland today was a home run by Lonnie Chisenhall back in the 3rd inning. It is our Jimmy John's freaky fast delivery of the game. He doubled in the 2nd. He homered in the 3rd.
A lot of the runs in this game coming early in this contest, but Max Scherzer doing a terrific job of staying in as long as he possibly could today to help save the bullpen. And Max Scherzer ends up with 7 innings on his resume today.
He made some adjustments. They were looking for fastballs, and they were hunting his fastball very early, and he simply went to some off-speed pitches, and he was able to slow down the Cleveland Indians offense.
So here come the Tigers in the 8th, tied at 7. It'll be Kinsler, Kelly, and Martinez.
If you're just joining us, Miguel Cabrera was kicked out of the game, his last plate appearance, so he's not in. Don Kelly batting behind Kinsler now.
And for Ian, walk, reaching on an air, otherwise 0 for 3 in the contest.
Ian and also Joe Nathan will get a chance to see their former teammates tomorrow. Texas Rangers come a calling.
Ball low and away. 2-0 the count on Kinsler. It'll be a 4-game series coming up against the Rangers. Inside, and the count goes 3-0.
And the Tigers have already walked 5 times today.
Three and 1. Right back up the middle into center. Kinsler with a leadoff single here in the 8th. Ian's first hit, that'll extend his hitting streak to 7 straight.
Ian also has a stolen base in this game. He walked back in the 2nd and stole 2nd. And we'll see if he's entertaining the thoughts of stealing another bag today.
So this would have been Cabrera's spot, but he was tossed out of the game for arguing on a check swing. And Don Kelly came on. That was in the 6th inning, completed that at bat and drew a walk. Tigers now have an even 10 hits, so both teams in double digits in the hit category. When Axford came on, he walked Danny Worth on 4 straight pitches back in the 7th before getting Davis to ground out, and now he's fallen behind here on Kelly after falling behind Kinsler. Here's the 1-0 on the outer edge. 1 ball and 1 strike. Axford first got to the big leagues with Milwaukee in 2009. Worked his way into the closer's role there. Indians signed him as a free agent last December. Missed it again. 2-1. Born in Port Dover, Ontario. Well, he continues to fall behind, and now it's 3-1 on Kelly. He's starting to dig a hole, and now the Indians bullpen starting to work again. Josh Outman beginning to warm up.
Francona's already gone to that bullpen 5 times today.
Yeah, he got McAllister out in the 3rd inning, their starter. And there is ball 4, and the Tigers now have a single and a walk in this inning with nobody out. Kelly walks for the 2nd time. The ratio, look at this on Axford. 17, and 11 of those have missed the strike zone.
I guess we're seeing why he lost his closer's job this year.
Here comes Mickey Callaway. We've seen him a lot today. Now the problem for the Indians here is they've got Victor Martinez coming up. And the Tigers have 2 on, nobody out in a 7-7 game in the 8th. Hey fans, don't forget Fox Sports Supports is proud to recognize the Army's Gold Star Pin campaign, which honors the families of fallen service members. If you'd like to learn more, visit goldstarpins.org. So here is Martinez now with 2 on and nobody out. A back and forth ball game today, and the Tigers trying to swing the pendulum back to their side. Martinez 3 out of 4 is trying to pick up Kinsler and Kelly. And Victor looks at a strike, 0-1.
Victor has already singled, doubled, and homered in the game here today, and just continues to wear out his former club. He has worn out the Indians since he's taken off their uniform.
First 7.5 years of his career were spent here in Cleveland. He's got 2 RBIs today. Sends a ground ball to the right side. Aviles fires to second, dropped. That'll score a run. He gets away from Cabrera. Kelly will go to 3rd, and the Tigers have broken the tie. It's 8-7 Detroit.
Aviles caught the shortstop Cabrera off guard. He took a look at Victor to simulate he was going to throw the ball to first base. Then he quickly turned and threw it to the shortstop, and the shortstop just couldn't handle it. Oh boy, Tigers will take it.
That they will. It just looked like he rushed his throw because it wasn't really hit that hard. Cabrera was on the bag waiting for the throw, but it was off his glove, and now the Tigers have taken the lead, and the defense rearing its ugly head for Cleveland today. 2 more errors. They lead the American League. Swing and a miss by Martinez.
And Martinez needs to make sure that he slows the game down in this particular situation. Make Axford throw the ball over the plate. He's had a difficult time of doing that since coming into the game. JD helped him out with that first swing.
2-run shot in his first at bat, a walk as well for Martinez. Fouled straight back, and now he's down to the count 0-2. The other error today for the Indians happened way back in the first on a throw by Chisenhall that sailed at first base, and that was part of the 4-run first inning for the Tigers. In fact, Terry Francona had his team out before the ball game last night, going through some defensive drills. Checked it high, 1-2 the count. Still nobody out in the inning. A potential big inning here for the Tigers in the 8th. Drill to center field. Here comes Bourne on the run. Base hit. Kelly coming around to score. J.D. Martinez knocks in a run.
Really good at bat there by J.D. First two swings he took were big swings, like he was trying to hit a home run. But then once Axford got ahead of him with 2 strikes, he simply shortened up, and he just wanted to hit something deep enough to the outfield to score the run on that hanging breaking ball, and he got rewarded with a single.
It is a 3 RBI day for Martinez. Kelly comes around to score. Tigers lead by 2 now, 9-7. And so Axford will depart the scene. Outman comes trotting in from the bullpen now for the Indians. Well, as they make a pitching change here in Cleveland, let's check in now with John Keating. He's got a preview of a Tigers Live postgame.
Well, as you can imagine, after a game like this, it should be an interesting little edition of Tigers Live. We'll have Mickey York and Craig Monroe in our Call Sam studios in a matter of moments. We think now that the Tigers have wrestled away the lead from the Indians, you'll hear from Brad Ausmus, who will speak of his first ejection and trying to get to Miguel Cabrera before Cabby ultimately was ejected. But big comeback and sort of Max Scherzer hanging around. All of the principals will be heard from on Tigers Live postgame immediately after the game here at Progressive Field this afternoon.
All right, Keith, thanks. We are certainly looking forward to that, but more business at hand here. The Tigers still trying to add some more runs on. They lead 9-7 now. Gene Lamont taking over with Brad Ausmus ejected out of this game. The left-hander Josh Outman is on now for the Tribe.
19th game now that Outman has been in. Checks in with a 3.38 ERA. Not a power guy. 15 strikeouts, 11 walks, and the Tigers have taken advantage today of 6 walks by Tribe pitching. He has a fastball that gets up to 95, slider, changeup, and also a curveball.
Scherzer today goes 7, gives up 12 hits, 7 runs, all earned. He would strike out 5 in this contest, but he now has a chance to win this game.
Well, they got Scherzer quite a bit of run support last year. He had some of the best run support in baseball, nearly 7 runs a game for Max.
This is the 5th pitcher out of the bullpen now for the Cleveland Indians. Josh Outman. Jackson will stand in to face him. There's still nobody out in this inning.
And see if Jackson can make those adjustments with his hands that Wally Joyner was telling him about after his last at bat when Jackson struck out looking.
One ball to no strikes. Sac fly for Jackson back in the 5th inning, knocking in a run.
And Outman usually throws a fastball once he falls behind the hitter, a right-handed hitter. And there it was at 89.
2-0 now on AJ. Outman, a native of St. Louis, Missouri. Pitching over the National League last year with Colorado. 61 appearances. Driven to right field. Not deep. Murphy coming in. And the runners will hold, 1 gone.
And back for Detroit.
We'll bring up Nick Castellanos.
Nick Castellanos.
Castellanos had a single in the 7th, and that was his 3rd hit of the game. It came with 2 outs, and it started a rally. The Tigers, though, left the bases loaded. But they have cashed in here in the 8th.
He's having a pretty good year. He has 4 home runs. He's already driven in 20 runs. If not for what Jose Abreu doing for the Chicago White Sox, I'm sure Nick would get some consideration for Rookie of the Year, although that Tanaka guy just lost his first game yesterday. Did you see that?
I did.
How about that? He hadn't lost a game in like 600 and something days, they said.
Ridiculous.
Because he came from Japan after going 24-0 last year.
But again, those 2 guys getting to the big leagues with a lot of professional experience.
Yeah.
Yet considered rookies. Nick, by the way, has got his average up to 250 now with his 3-hit effort today. Here's the 1-0. 1 ball, 1 strike on Castellanos.
If you're wondering about the outfield arms of the Cleveland Indians, should Castellanos get a base hit, Brantley in left field doesn't have a great throwing arm, but he has a really quick release and he's very accurate. 5 assists already this year. Born in center field, he has a below average arm for center field, and Murphy in right field has an average arm. He could throw you out if he gets a good jump on the baseball. So I'm sure Dave Clark, the third base coach, is taking all that into consideration. That's part of your prep work as a third base coach.
And beside that, you really have to process a lot of that information very quickly. Certainly thinking ahead with the outfielder's arms, but how hard was the ball hit?
And the base runner.
Who is the base runner? What kind of jump did he get? Right now the base runners are Martinez and Martinez. And now Santana walks out to the mound to chat with Outman. I know during spring training, if you're wearing the number 88, that's usually not a good thing.
Right.
But if you're in the big leagues wearing 88, it's all right. Outman coming out of the bullpen, and Terry Francona has gone deep into the pen today. Big swing there by Nick. 1-2. '88 on the field, 44 in the pen for the Tigers. That would be Jabba Chamberlain. Two and two. Castellanos has an RBI today, doubled in a run in the 5th. Tigers have a chance to pour it on here in the 8th. They've scored 2. There's a high fly to shallow right field. Murphy coming on. He'll make the catch on that one as well. There are 2 gone now. And it's going to be up to Holiday.
That bat for Detroit, catcher Ryan Holiday.
On base twice in this game, Holiday. For the most part, a really nice day weather-wise here. There was some rain. The tarp was on the field before the game started. Then all of a sudden, it was nothing but sunshine. Turned out to be a pleasant afternoon. There was some thought the Tigers might be in trouble here today in terms of weather. And how about the job Scherzer doing today after all that early trouble? Really a contrast in what has happened today. McAllister gave up a lot of runs early, but he left the game. Scherzer kind of barreled through 7 innings.
And Max needed 55 pitches to get through the first 2 innings today. And Terry Francona, he did what he should have done with McAllister on the mound. He wasn't shutting down the Tigers offense, and to give his team the best chance to win, he had to go to his bullpen early. McAllister was not missing any bats in this game.
Here's the 0-1. Swing and a miss. 0-2 on Holiday. Victor at second, JD at first. And the 0-2. 1-2 on Holiday. Indians will have 8, 9, and 1 coming up when we get to the bottom of the 8th. Danny Worth waiting on deck. 1-2 on Brian Holiday. Bouncing ball back up the middle. Cabrera ranging left. Holiday is out at first base on the scoop. Tigers, however, break the tie. Kinsler got it started with a base hit. Don Kelly came around to score an insurance run. Tigers up 2.
Pitch. Max Scherzer got off to a rocky start here today. Threw about 55 pitches in the first 2 innings. Gave up 8 hits to the Tribe and 5 runs, but really settled in after that. He started missing some bats. He started finding the changeup in the curveball. Got some strikeouts with those pitches, and he lasted 7 innings in this game to save the bullpen, and now he's in line to get the W here this afternoon. Despite giving up 7 runs, he threw a total of 113 pitches today.
Baseball's a great game, isn't it?
Isn't it, though?
You can give up 7 runs, but if you've got a team like the Tigers who will certainly battle with the bats, you can get yourself a win. Now the Tigers will bring their 8th inning guy in. That would be Jabba Chamberlain.
And tied for 3rd among American League relievers with the 8 holds that he has. He's been the one responsible getting the ball to Joe Nathan, their closer. That's his quest once again here today. He's been racking up a lot of strikeouts too. 24 strikeouts for Jabba and just 5 walks in 20 games.
Lonnie Chisenhall will be the first man to test Jabba Chamberlain. It'll be Chisenhall, Aviles, and then Michael Bourne back up to the top.
Lonnie Chisenhall hitting about 625 this season against Tigers pitching. He has worn out Tigers pitching so far.
Yeah, he's got a double. He's got a homer in the game today.
Yeah, a couple yesterday, too.
Chisenhall is now 4 for 8 in this 3-game set. Chamberlain goes to work. And Chisenhall takes ball 1.
Yeah, the pitch that Jabba gets most of his swings and misses on is the slider. His fastball is about 95, 96. Jabba appears to be back to full strength after Tommy John surgery a couple of years ago. It usually takes about 2 full years before you really get back to full strength.
1 ball, 1 strike on Chisenhall. Two and 1 the count. will be inside. Now it goes to 3-1 on the Indians leadoff man. Gene Lamont, Jeff Jones talking it over on the bench. Brad Ausmus has been ejected from the game along with Miguel Cabrera. That happened back in the 6th inning as they were arguing check swings. Tim Timmons would not get appeals down at first base, and that was the crux of the argument. There's a drive into center field. Jackson moving over. Chisenhall is out of there. One gone. Now Mike Aviles.
Is the second baseman, Mike Aviles.
Double to drive in a run back in the second. 1 for 3 for the number 9 hitter for the Indians, Aviles. Ball 1 inside. We're talking about Chamberlain wearing number 44. There is a reason for his number. He wore 62 with the Yankees and 44 here with the Tigers. Both of those numbers add up to the number 8. And there's a reason for that. When Jabba was a youngster, his best friend, he also played baseball with, passed away at a young age, and to honor him, he has always worn a jersey number that added up to the number 8. 6-2 in New York, and now 4-4 here in Detroit. Foul tip into the glove, and the count is 1-2. Michael Bourne will be next. 1 out, nobody on here in the 8th inning. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. Aviles is out of there.
Good fastball by Jabba. At 96 miles an hour, right by Aviles. He hadn't gotten many strikeouts with his fastball this year. Most of the Ks have come on a slider, but he threw that one right by Michael.
That is 6 strikeouts now for Detroit pitching today. Bourne has 3 hits, 2 singles, double, 2 runs scored. Slap toward left field, slicing. 0-2. Now Chamberlain ready with the 0-2. Here it is. Way high and outside. Fastball at 95. It sailed up and away. Tigers 9 runs, 11 hits, and the Indians 7 runs on 12 hits. Outside again. Tigers have also stranded 12 for making 11 men on base in this game. 11 LOBs. Bouncing ball right side. Kelly bobbles it. Jabba gets there, and they still get the out. Don Kelly stayed with it. 3-1 of the putout. 1-2-3 inning for Jabba Chamberlain. Let's go to the 9th. Tigers up 2. 2, 9-7 is our score. We've had 23 hits combined in this contest. It was a close play to close out the 8th inning, but it appeared he was out.
Donnie Kelly didn't field it cleanly, but didn't panic. Just went down to barehanded. Jabba was there waiting and able to get the speedy Michael Bourne.
So Jabba turns in a 1-2-3 8th. Is there anybody left in the bullpen?
This is what, the 7th pitcher we've seen today?
It is. Kyle Crockett coming out of the pen now. He'll face Danny Worth and then Rajay Davis and Ian Kinsler. Danny had a base on balls back in the 7th. Otherwise 0 for 3 in this contest. Crockett delivers low. Fly ball hit well into right center field. Murphy is on the run, still going back, and he tracks it down in front of the wall. Danny Worth hit it hard, hit it far, but not deep enough.
Stepping in for the Tigers, number 20, Rajay Davis.
There's Rajay Davis. Crockett was promoted from AA Akron back on the 16th just a few days ago. Down in Akron, he posted a really good ERA, 0.57. Just 1 earned run in 15 2/3 innings in AA ball.
Looks like he's about 16 years old.
22, pretty close. Newport News, Virginia. Pulled foul. 2-1 on Davis. Davis singled and scored a run way back in the 1st. 1 for 5 today. Strike called by Tim Timmons. 2-2. Way outside, run the count full now. 3-2 on Rajay. Kinsler will be next. Three-two pitch. Outside, lost him as Davis gets a walk. 1 out, base on balls.
The hitter for Detroit, number 3, Ian Kinsler.
Oh, we send it down to the field now and check in with John Keating.
Mario is sort of under the radar, but notable. Earlier today, the Tigers promoted from AA to AAA Toledo shortstop Eugenio Suarez, and that allows them to move Hernan Perez from shortstop to his more natural position of second base. That could be the next wave of middle infielders who are finding their way to Comerica Park.
And we saw both of them during spring training, and of course the Tigers picked up Gonzalez in a trade, Romine as well. And the way it has been able to shake out now is Romine and Worth sharing that position. But Brad Ausmus said that he has been very satisfied with his duo so far this year at that position.
They catch nearly every ground ball that is hit to them. Romine the last week or so has really struggled with the bat, but it has not translated into mistakes on the defensive end.
Bouncer back up the middle, has double play written all over it, and it is 4-3 to end the inning. No runs, no hits, walk, nobody left. 3 outs to get as we go to the bottom of the 9th. Here comes Joe Nathan. A part of Detroit and the community since 1849. By your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers, visit ChevyDetroit.com. See why Chevy drives the Motor City. By Wallside Windows, the official window company of Fox Sports Detroit. And by AT&T, mobilizing your world. 9-7 is our score. Last call now for the Cleveland Indians as we go to the bottom of the 9th inning. That means Joe Nathan will come on for the Detroit Tigers.
And Joe Nathan ranks 3rd in the American League as far as saves are concerned. Glenn Perkins, Greg Holland are above Joe Nathan. He has converted 11 of 13 saves. The ERA sits at 3.24, 15 strikeouts. 8 base on balls. Last 5 games, 5 saves, no runs given up by Tigers closer.
He'll have to go through 2, 3, and 4 in the lineup for the Cleveland Indians. Asdrubal Cabrera leading it off, and he looks at a ball high.
And Nathan no longer possesses the fastball that he once did when he was closing games for the Minnesota Twins. That heater was at 97 miles an hour. His top fastball now right around 93, but he still has that real good slider.
Cabrera knocked into a double play back in the 6th. He has 1 hit today. 5 hits in the series. Nathan trying to protect a 2-run lead. High fly ball right field. JD Martinez under it. 1 up, 1 away. 7 out of Max Scherzer today. Chamberlain in the 8th and Nathan in the 9th. Here's Michael Brantley. Single double, 2 RBIs for Brantley. On the outer edge, a strike called. Brantley's average now hovering around 300, 296 with his 5 hits in this 3-game set against the Tigers. The 0-1. Hammered back out of play, 0-2. No balls, 2 strikes on Michael Brantley. Nathan coming in has allowed just 1 run in his last 13 outings, which has lowered that ERA from his struggles in the month of April, early in the month of April.
And maybe he ought to elevate a fastball up around the letters to see if he can get Brantley to swing and miss. He doesn't swing and miss at anything else. Everything down, he is all over it.
Base hit to right.
Where was he?
You can't get him out. 3-hit day for Brantley.
And that was a perfect opportunity for Nathan to climb the ladder, but he went downstairs with an 0-2 breaking ball right in the happy zone of Michael Brantley. They're going to have to do a little extra research on him when the Tigers come back to this ballpark, because he likes the ball down there, obviously, and they need to figure out a way to get him out.
Indians now have 13 hits. They will bring the tying run to the plate as David Murphy strolls in. 2 for 10 career against Nathan. Runner goes. Here comes the throw from Holiday. Not in time. Stolen base.
Second stolen base of the afternoon, and by Michael Brantley. And Holiday really had no chance. He had a great jump.
Brantley is 6 for 6 now in stolen base opportunities.
He's not the fastest base runner, but he's very efficient, very smart base runner, really good base running instincts.
Fly ball, right field. Ball is hit well. Martinez looks up and it's gone.
Wow.
Murphy with a 2-run shot to tie the game. Wow is right. Unreal. A 4 RBI day today.
He got a breaking ball as well, and his was hanging. And Murphy has done marvelous work in this ballpark, and the Indians have no point in him today.
Nine ball game. A 1-out 2-run shot by David Murphy. And here is Swisher, and the crowd has come alive. This is the 11th career home run against the Tigers and a 300 average.
That's why they signed him in the offseason. They had a difficult time with the Tigers last year. Tigers have a lot of right-handed starters. That's why they went to the free agent market and brought Murphy over to help them against the Tigers, and he likes hitting in this ballpark too.
In there for his strike. 0-2 now the count on Nick Swisher. Second home run of the series for Murphy. He finds the seats and a blown save for Joe Nathan. Here's the 0-2. Got him, strike 3. Swisher caught looking. That's his 3rd strikeout today, and he's still in the batter's box.
Now stepping to the plate for the Indians, number 25,
Here's Jason Giambi. Single and a walk today for Giambi. 9-9 game. And Giambi takes low. 2 out of 6 against Nathan in his career. Here's the man of the hour right now for the Indians. The Murphy homer ties it. One out single by Brantley gave the Indians a chance to bring the tying run to the plate.
And that was an 0-2 base hit. Nathan didn't make the pitch that he wanted to make in that situation.
Here's the 2-0. Outside, 3-0 on Giambi. Giambi has had 10 career walk-off homers. We mentioned the 2 he had last year against the White Sox.
And he probably has a green light right here.
Here's the 3-0. He takes a strike, 3-1.
It's a well-located fastball at 92. Nothing Giambi could do with that last one. But there's no doubt he was swinging.
That's in the air. Shallow left field. Rajay Davis coming in. And that'll be it for the Indians. However, they tie this one up, which means we go to the extra innings for the second time in the series. It's 9-9. By Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky, feed your wild side. Well, it's a brand new ball game. It is 9-9 after the 2-run shot by David Murphy in the bottom of the 9th inning. Tied this ball game up. Lone save for Joe Nathan today. And so the Tigers now have to try and get something going here in the 10th. Don Kelly leads it off. There's a strike called. Kelly Martinez. Crockett is still out there. One ball, one strike. Don Kelly, since coming out for Cabrera, who is ejected, has walked twice. Pull down the ground at first. Wicked hop, but Swisher stays with it. One out.
Crockett dropped down to a sidearm angle and flipped a breaking ball up there that was screaming, "Hit me," to Don Kelly, and he did that. And he about chewed up their first baseman, Nick Swisher.
Here's Victor Martinez. Big day today for Victor, including a home run back in the third.
And Victor's a triple away from the cycle, which would obviously be very, very difficult for Victor to get. Victor doesn't have nearly the at-bats from the right side that he does from the left side, but his numbers batting right-handed are nearly 470, excuse me.
He's gone 2-0. Mentioned Crockett gave up just one run in Double-A this year. The only run he gave up for Akron was against Erie, the Tigers' Double-A affiliate in the Eastern League. Here's the 2-0. Taking strike one. And that's outside. 3 balls and 1 strike now on Victor Martinez.
With Miguel being out of the game, Victor is the one guy that's coming to the plate here that the Indians aren't going to let beat them, excuse me.
In for a strike, and the count fills now 3-2.
A 78-mile-per-hour bender at the bottom of the zone thrown by Crockett. It had to be borderline at best.
Indians bullpen stretched thin. This is the 6th man they've used out of the pen.
Yeah, Tito Francona might run into some trouble if this game goes well into extra innings.
Here's the 3-2. Victor able to spoil one.
He's got Cody Allen in that bullpen, but Allen has pitched the last couple of days. Shaw has also pitched the first couple of days of the series.
And Shaw is warming right now.
They're typically 1-inning guys.
Here's the 3-2. Victor sends a ground ball back up the middle. And Velas will throw him out. A couple of ground ball outs for Crockett. That's going to bring up J.D. Martinez.
The right fielder, J.D. Martinez.
J.D. has homered twice in this series, including a pinch hit home run in Game 1. Tigers scored 2 in the 8th to break the tie, and then the Indians got the homer from Murphy in the bottom of the 9th to tie it again in 9. Ball 1 outside. One and one the count. Indians had their bottom 3 due up when we get to the bottom of the 10th. 2-1 on Martinez. Should he reach, you've got Jackson waiting on deck. Here's the 2-1. Fly ball foul down the right field line. It's 25 now for Crockett since coming on in the 9th inning. Got a double play ball off the bat of Kinsler in the 9th. Here's the 2-2. Oh, Crockett was walking off the mound. Half the infield was going as well.
J.D. Martinez was walking too. Where was it?
Just inside. And he lost it, ball 4. 2-out walk for the Tigers. It's the second time that Martinez has walked today. And it looks like Terry Francona wants to go right back to the bullpen. Jackson due up. It's going to be it for Crockett. He will depart the scene. Shaw has been warming up.
I've got 9 base on balls Tigers have been given today. You got 9?
I'd have to add them up. It sounds about right.
That's a lot.
By the way, here's the upcoming matchup presented by the Michigan Office of Highway Safety Planning. It'll be Yu Darvish tomorrow for the Rangers facing Robbie Ray, who gets yet another start as they push Rick Porcello back.
And Robbie Ray has done some really nice work. He's had a couple of starts. He also had one relief appearance that came in Boston. Very hostile environment. The ERA is outstanding. He'll need to be at his best tomorrow because Yu Darvish is one of the best pitchers in the American League, and he'll be tough on the Tigers hitters for sure.
And with more on Robbie Ray's start tomorrow, we check in with John Keating.
Well, we're going to talk a little bit about Rick Porcello. The reason that Robbie Ray is starting tomorrow, he threw a light bullpen. That was the phrase that Brad Ausmus used earlier today. Just about 15 or 20 pitches as he's trying to work some of that soreness, that tightness out of one side. That gives Robbie Ray another chance to pitch. And I talked to him. We've obviously seen his folks at the previous engagements he's had at Comerica Park. He said only his dad can be there tomorrow. Mom's got to work, so they'll be in attendance. His dad will be in attendance to watch him pitch. Perhaps a start that really no one in the Ray family saw coming until Rick Porcello had to complain a little bit about some of that tightness. And until it gets worked out, Robbie Ray will remain, we would think, a member of the Tigers starting rotation.
All right, John, thanks. Yeah, we figured Robbie Ray would be the man to go down after Anibal Sanchez came back, but Robbie Ray will stick around for another start. Brian Shaw now is the new right-hander coming in for the Indians.
As a matter of fact, a couple of days ago when they needed to make a roster move to bring Anibal Sanchez off the disabled list, they called Robbie Ray into the office, and Brad Ausmus said he had a frown on his face because he anticipated that he'd be the one going back to the minors. But the frown quickly turned to a smile when he told him not only was he staying, but he's going to get another start.
Actually, I thought the frown on his face was because of the Zubas that they made him wear. The rest of the team wore him, actually. So just kind of fitting in. Here's Jackson now. Austin had a sac fly back in the 5th. Tigers have a 2-out base runner. We're in the 10th inning here in Cleveland, tied at 9. And it's a strike called on Jackson.
3rd consecutive day that Shaw has pitched against the Tigers. And the last member they have in their bullpen today, Cody Allen, he's also worked the first couple of games of this series.
Here's the 1-1 coming home. Swing and a miss, 1-2 on Jackson.
Pretty much all cut fastballs from Shaw. And he's got a good one. He's got a lot of movement to it. But cutters are tricky. If you make a mistake over the heart of the plate, they go a long way. And because they go east to west, there's no depth in that pitch. There's no downward motion.
Just off the corner.
You saw an indication of that right there. Just kind of stays on the same plane, but just kind of slides across the strike zone.
And the 2-2 runner goes, and it's popped up right side of the infield. Aviles drifting. That way in the inning, Shaw does his job. He gets Jackson. We go to the bottom of the 10th. Still knotted at 9.
Of a wacky game. Victor Martinez with another solo shot in this game, and that was after the Indians really had taken the lead. Chisenhall, he has been on fire. He has also played long ball. In the 5th inning, it was Nick Castellanos driving in a big run, and then the Tigers kind of took control of the game. They scored a couple of runs in the 8th inning, which set the stage for Joe Nathan to come in for the close in the 9th, but David Murphy had answers for that. He hit a 2-run shot. They tied the score, and the 3rd blown save of the season for Joe Nathan.
So the Tigers back to the bullpen now. Ian Kroll will come on a pitch in the bottom of the 10th inning.
Leading off for the Tribe, the catcher, Santana.
Carlos Santana will lead it off here. 7-8-9 coming up for the Indians. Santana looks at ball 1.
And Castellanos at his third base position, really hugging that line. He does not want to allow anything to get down past him in the corner for a double, a leadoff double for Santana.
Popped up. Kinsler back to the grass. 1 out. He's going to bring up Chisenhall, who has been a difficult out. He's got a home run, a double in the ball game today. He's had 4 hits in the series, couple of RBIs.
And maybe the left-handed Ian Kroll can neutralize him. And mostly the other hits he's gotten in the series have come against right-handers.
One earned run in his last 13 outings for Ian Kroll. Two balls, no strikes on Chisenhall. That's high. Now the count goes 3-0. Aviles on deck. And he walked him, so the potential winning run is on. One on, one out. Here's Mike Aviles. And an RBI double way back in the 2nd when the Indians scored 5 of their 9 runs. Way inside 1-0. And now Holiday walks out to the mound. Chamberlain came on in the 8th, had a 1-2-3 inning. Nathan in the 9th got the first out, then a single, a steal, and then Murphy had a 2-run homer. And that tied the game up. Tigers in this game have left 12 men on base. Missed again. 2-0. And time call now. Here comes Jeff Jones.
And Victor Martinez has been on fire the entire road trip. And here's the call, Sam. Call of the game. It happened back in the 3rd inning when V-Mart was standing in the batter's box.
And that ball is hit well to right field. Murphy going back, turns on it. That ball is off the top of the wall and into the seats. It's a home run for Victor Martinez, who does it yet again, his 12th of the year. Here's the 2-0 pitch. 3-0 now on Mike Aviles. And a strike on the outer edge, 3-1. Michael Bourne will be next. Strike again, 3-2 with 1 out. Runner goes line to left field. That's a base hit. Chisenhall is on his way to third base. He's in there standing up, and now the Indians have the winning run at third. With only 1 out.
Crow fell behind Aviles. 3 balls, no strikes. Aviles took a couple of fastballs, then finally whistled that 3-2 fastball into left field. If you're the Tigers, you have to be in the back of your mind at least thinking about a possible squeeze here, and with Bourne at the plate.
Ball 1 inside. Infield is in for the Tigers. First and third, 1 out in the 10th. Fly ball, left field. Rajay sizing it up. Runner tags. Here comes the throw to the plate, and he is going to be out at home plate.
Not a good gamble there by Chisenhall.
A double play to end the inning. The Tigers throw out the potential winning run at home plate as Rajay fires a bullet to Holiday, who applies the tag. beef jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side.
Take one more look at the shallow fly ball to left field. Chisenhall on third base. He tried to deke Rajai Davis into throwing that ball to second base. You see him take a look back. He wanted to see if the ball was going to second. Once Rajai didn't bite on that, he threw the ball home. They were able to get the out. Rajai was behind the ball. He was surprised that Chisenhall was trying to run there.
So here is Castellanos now as we go to the 11th inning here. The Tigers still alive. Castellanos, Holiday, Worth.
And Terry Francona has ran out of relievers here today. Therefore, it's Josh Tomlin who had to go down to the bullpen. He started against the Oakland Athletics on Saturday.
Missing low, and the count now goes 1 ball, 1 strike.
Cody Allen in his bullpen, who we've seen the last couple of days, also pitched on Sunday. So Allen has pitched 3 days in a row, forcing Francona to go in to get one of his starters.
Well, Francona had to go deep into the bullpen because McAllister had to come out in the 3rd inning of this game. As the numbers against the Athletics, he won 6 innings, 3 runs. Swing and a miss. 2-2 on Nick. Castellanos will be followed by Holiday and then Worth. Tomlin ready with the 2-2. Fouled it off. Got him, strike 3. Castellanos caught looking, 1 out here in the 11th.
That's one of those situations where they've thrown Castellanos so many breaking balls that in the back of his mind he's thinking about the breaking ball, and he takes that fastball right down the middle. Nick usually doesn't take fastballs that are strikes. He's a very aggressive hitter on fastballs.
8th strikeout for Cleveland pitching. Now look at Alex Avila pinch hitting for Brian Holiday. Big night for Alex yesterday. Had a single, a walk, and he also homered. That was off Trevor Bauer. 0-1. Alex had the average now up to 240. He's hit 3 home runs this year. Trying to get something started here in the 11th. Tigers have not scored since getting 2 in the 8th to go ahead 9-7. Strike called on the outer edge, 1-2. Gene Lamont is at the helm right now. Brad Ausmus has been watching this one from the clubhouse since the 6th inning when he was ejected from this game. That's going to go foul. He, along with Miguel Cabrera, ejected.
Yeah, Alex may have cracked his bat on that last swing. Here are those ejections in the 6th inning. Miguel Cabrera thought that the home plate umpire should have asked the first base umpire for an appeal, which he didn't. Miggy was tossed quickly, and then Brad was tossed coming out to get Miggy.
First time we've seen Brad give the umpire an earful this year. And so the Tigers lost their skipper and their best hitter. 2-2 now on Aila. One out, nobody on. We're in the 11th inning. Here's the 2-2 from Tomlin. Swing and a miss. And Aila down on strikes. 9 strikeouts for Cleveland pitching in this game.
Number 29, Danny Worth.
Here's Danny Worth. "15 hits in this game for the Indians. The Tigers have 11 hits. Cleveland looked like they were putting together the winning rally in the 10th inning. Walk, a single, left runners at first and third, and then Bourne hit a fly ball to left. Chisenhall was thrown out at the plate trying to score. Wave and a miss, 1-1. High, 2-1 on Worth. Should he reach? Davis waiting on deck. Tomlin pressed into duty out of the bullpen today. 2-2. Danny Worth disagreeing with that last call. Here's the 2-2. Rolled foul. Tomlin spent most of last year for the Indians rehabbing from elbow surgery. "29 years old, out of Tyler, Texas." Called away again by Worth. Here again is the 2-2. Swing and a miss. Tomlin strikes out the side here in the 11th. 10 strikeouts for Cleveland pitching. Here come the Indians in the bottom of the 11th. today. The bottom of the 11th is on tap here. David Murphy sent this one to extra innings with a game-tying 2-run shot in the 9th. Michael Brantley, another big game. Victor Martinez in the series, 2 home runs. Asdrubal Cabrera will lead things off here in the 11th. Cabrera, Brantley, Murphy, 2, 3, and 4 due up for the Indians. Ian Kroll is back out there. And he delivers strike 1. Cabrera has 1 hit today. He is 1 for 5. He's also hit into a double play. Oh, 0-2 the count. Nine runs on 15 hits for the Indians. The Tigers have 9 runs on 11 hits. Here's the 0-2. Tigers dominated the Indians in the season series last year, but Cleveland has won 3 of the first 4 against Detroit this year. And trying to win it now in the bottom of the 11th. Outside, 1-2. Here's Brantley with his 3 hits waiting on deck. Hard hit ground ball back up the middle. Kinsler goes to the grass and throws out Cabrera. One out.
On Monday night, the Tigers and the Indians were locked in an extra inning duel here, and Michael Brantley stepped to the plate, got a 3-2 slider from Al Albuquerque, and he ended the game.
That would be the 71st walk-off in the history of Progressive Field for the Indians. And 21 of those have come against the Tigers.
Really?
21.
21 of 71?
Of 71, believe it or not. Here's a strike called. Jim Thome in his days alone here in Cleveland had a total of 12 walk-off home runs. Here's the 0-1. Inside, 1 ball, 1 strike.
If Joe Nathan would go back and sum up the inning that he pitched, he probably would want back the 0-2 pitch that he threw to Michael Brantley, which was a breaking ball down that he singled right back up the middle. And then he stole second base, which set the stage for David Murphy.
Swing and a miss.
But you get a hitter like Michael Brantley down, no balls, 2 strikes, especially with the damage he has done against the Tigers in his brief career. You have to make sure, or make him chase something out of the zone.
2-run single in the 2nd, doubled in the 6th, singled in the 9th. Down the left field line, going foul. Brantley's also stolen 2 bases in this game. It's been a full day for him. And it's been a full day for Murphy on deck. He's had 4 RBIs. Fly ball, right field. Martinez started back. Now he's under it. 2 up, 2 down. It's going to bring up David Murphy. .298 for the season now for Murphy. 2-run shot in the 9th inning tied the game. And he rolls that one foul. Murphy spent 2007 through 2013 in a Rangers uniform. Kroll in search of the 1-2-3 11th. Chop foul again, and the count is 0-2.
And David Murphy said one of the reasons he signed with the Indians, he said he felt like they were turning the corner. Said when you watched him from the other dugout last year as he did in Texas, and Terry Francona, new manager, the culture had changed. He felt like it was a good place to come for him.
Swing and a miss. He left the strike zone that time, and Kroll has a 1-2-3 11th inning. 12th inning on tap. We're all tied up here in Cleveland. It is a distinct possibility. Thanks, Mick. And a look at the standings in the West. Oakland up 4 in that division. The Tigers tied up at 9 here as we go to the 12th. And Tomlin back to work facing the top of the Tigers lineup.
He threw a lot of breaking balls in the 11th inning. Did Tomlin struck out the side.
Davis had a base on balls in the 9th inning, singled and scored in the 1st. That's in the air. Shallow left to the grass, Cabrera. And so Rache retired, 1 gone here in the 12th.
Hitting for the Tigers, the second baseman.
Here's Ian Kinsler. So Tomlin now has faced 4 guys. He's retired all 4. They've used everybody out of their bullpen. Atchison, Zepchinski, Carrasco, Axford. Outman pitched, Crockett pitched, Shaw pitched. And now they're leaning on Tomlin here. Here's the 1-0. 1-1 on Kinsler. Line down the left field line. That's going to be all the way to the wall and extra bases. Kinsler motoring to second, and he's got himself a 1-out double.
Another multi-hit game for Ian Kinsler. 13th double of the year. Got himself a fastball at 91 right down the middle and turned on it.
That is his 19th multi-hit game of the year, leading the American League. It's also the 12th hit of the day for the Tigers. Here's Don Kelly. Kelly looks at a strike. A couple of walks for Don after taking over for the ejected Miguel Cabrera. Don grounded out his last time up. Fouled back out of play, so the count is 0-2 now. Tigers trying to push across the run here in the 12th inning. They got the double. They got Martinez on deck.
And Don Kelly's going to have to do it. Victor will not hit in this inning.
Here's the 0-2. Missed it high. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Victor may as well take his batting gloves off.
Tomlin ready with the 1-2. Low, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
You don't want God? Hell no.
Popped up. Third base side, and that'll be Chisenhall for the out. And there are 2 gone now with Kinsler anchored at second base. Here's Martinez.
At bat for Detroit.
The 4 fingers from Francona with first base open. He's got to be gaining on the league lead, doesn't he?
And he probably will catch Prince eventually.
That'll be 9 intentional walks now for Victor, which ties him with Ortiz for second. And Prince has 11 intentional walks. So the other Martinez is going to have to get it done. JD.
Well, you can't blame Francona for walking here. Got a base open, and as much damage as Victor has done this year.
What if Kelly would have walked there to put runners at first and second? You think he still wants him?
No, he doesn't walk him then.
Only 1 out. Oh no, 2 outs. There's a ball outside, so the intentional walk now will put 2 men on.
Well, Terry Francona has had a chance to watch exactly what a lot of people have had a chance to watch all season long regarding Victor Martinez. He checks in with a 329 BA. He's hit 12 homers. The slugging percentage is nearly 600, and he's played long ball 4 times on this 9-game road trip.
Been fun to watch. But it's going to be JD Martinez batting now with 2 on, 2 out.
Tomlin has thrown so many off-speed pitches since coming into the game. If you want to, if you're JD Martinez, at least for the first pitch, you could sit on something soft, and if you get it, don't miss it. And if it's a fastball, just simply let it go by. And you can afford to guess early in the count, but never with 2 strikes.
Outside 1-0.
He did throw him a breaking ball, but it didn't do a whole lot. It was hanging up in the strike zone.
Big swing there by JD. 1 ball and 1 strike on Martinez. .273 batting average. Getting the start in right field today. Torrey getting the day off. Avila got the day off at the beginning, but he has since come into the game after pinch hitting. That was back in the 11th. Off the end of the bat, foul. 1 ball and 2 strikes now on Martinez.
It looked like the Tigers were going to have a laugher here this afternoon. They scored 4 runs in the very first inning, and it was a 2-run shot by J.D. Martinez that got the 4th run for them.
J.D. going the other way. Ball high. 2-2 on Martinez. Tomlin came on in the 11th. From the rotation to the bullpen. After McAllister was knocked out early, Terry Francona went deep into his pen here today. Swing and a miss, struck him out. The Tigers' threat is history. No runs, a double, and an intentional walk. We go to the bottom of the 12th.
To try to win this game in the bottom half of the 10th inning, very shallow. A fly ball to left field. Chisenhall gambled. He tried to score on the arm of Rajai Davis, and Davis threw him out.
So the Tigers now go into their bullpen a little bit deeper. Phil Koch will take over here in the bottom of the 12th inning in Cleveland.
Yeah, Phil pitched on Monday here and gave up 1 run in the time that he was out on the mound.
Well, the Tigers started this road trip with 6 wins. It was an impressive start. 3 in Baltimore and then 3 at Fenway Park. They are certainly hoping to end this road trip on a high note. Koch is going to face Swisher to start things off, and a lot of success here for Nick. 4 for 6 with a homer against Phil Koch.
I don't think for one moment that Swisher does not know he's had a lot of success against Phil Koch, and usually when a hitter step into the batter's box with that kind of confidence, they get some good swings at the opposing pitcher.
Swisher looks at ball one low. Giambi due next, but Ryan Rayburn has picked up a bat. He's moved to the on-deck circle. Now the 1-0. 2 balls and no strikes. That one bounces in.
No free passes. And late in games, usually when you walk guys, they come around to score.
Here is Rayburn waiting on deck. Way inside, it goes to the backstop. And the count now is 3-0. Almost hit Swisher on the back foot. Nine game. We're in the bottom of the 12th. 15 hits for the Indians today, but they're looking to get the leadoff man on here. Up 3-0 in the count. There's ball 4. And Swisher on 4 straight pitches gets a walk. So Rayburn now will pinch hit for Giambi.
You know, Ryan Rayburn's not up there bunting. He checks in with a 195 batting average. And this year, career as a pinch hitter.
Justin Sellers now is off the bench to pinch run for Swisher at first base. So here is Rayburn with the leadoff man on via the walk. Bouncing ball to short. Looks like a double play. 6, 4, 3, and the twin killing. 2 gone.
Phil Koch was not even close to throwing a strike to Swisher. He walked him on 4 pitches, and Rayburn steps up and swings at the first pitch. Nicely turned by Ian Kinsler. Sellers with some speed was right on top of Ian.
Tigers get a break there. And now here is Santana. Way inside, 1-0.
It's the same area that he was missing with his fastball to the leadoff hitter in this inning, Nick Swisher. And most of the fastballs were down and in.
Santana rips that one foul. That'll get back into the seats. 1 ball, 1 strike.
If you're Phil Koch, you have to be very careful with the Santana, even though the batting average is not very high. He does have a lot of power. 5 home runs this season. And you have the left-handed batter Chisenhall in the on-deck circle. You make sure Santana doesn't beat you.
Santana has an 0 for 5 in this game. There is Chisenhall waiting on deck. Here's the 2-1. 3-1 now on Santana. And he lost in ball 4. Second walk in the inning for Phil Koch. So once again, the Indians get a base runner now. It'll bring up Chisenhall. Double, a homer, and a walk for Chisenhall in this game. Strike called on the outer edge. Now it's 0-2 on Chisenhall.
Good fastball there by Phil Koch on the outside black at 95 miles an hour.
Tigers out of the bullpen today have used Java, they've used Nathan, Kroll, and now Koch here in the 12th inning. Ian Kroll throwing 2 innings out of the Tigers bullpen today. Here's the 0-2. Swing and a miss to strike him out, and Koch pitching around a couple of walks here in the 12th. We go to the 13th, still tied up in Cleveland. against Minnesota. The Indians trying to pull to within 7.5 of the Tigers with a sweep here today. And right now we're going to the 13th inning. It's a 9-9 ball game. Defensive changes. Lonnie Chisenhall now will move from third to first. Justin Sellers stays in the game. He'll play second base. Mike Avilas now at third. Tomlin back out there. And he is facing Austin Jackson to start things off. High fly ball center field. Hit pretty good. Bourne going back. Still going back. Warning track. Wall to make the catch. One out.
Looked like Austin went up there and was sitting on a curveball, which he got from Tomlin, and nearly hit it out of here.
Here's Castellanos. RBI double back in the fifth for Nick. He's also picked up a couple of singles. Tomlin came on in the 11th inning, struck out the side. Then he had a scoreless 12th, and now here in the 13th. Swing and a miss. 1-2. Tigers in this game have stranded 14 men. 8 left on base for the Indians. Cleveland had the winning run thrown out at the plate a couple of innings ago when Rajay Davis fired a strike to home plate. That was in the 10th inning as the Indians tried to win the game, and now we play in the 13th. Here's the 1-2. Got him, strike 3. Castellanos beefing now. Better be careful, Nick. Already had Miggy and Ausmus thrown out.
Second time Tomlin struck him out. He struck him out last time on a fastball that was right down the middle. That time you could see that the catcher Santana grabbed that ball and then pulled it down into the strike zone, but he still got the call from Tim Timmons.
Indians pitching now with 12 strikeouts in this ball game. Here's Avila. Drill deep into right field, way back, and we are no longer tied. Avila homers, and the Tigers have taken the lead 10-9. 2-out solo shot here in the 13th inning.
Avila really loves hitting in this ballpark. He also homered in last night's game. That home run went to left center field. That time he jumped on something that was up in the zone against Tomlin and got on top of a fastball, and he tomahawked it out of here.
The 13th hit of the game for the Tigers is a huge one. They have a 10-9 lead.
And Avila wears number 13.
Well, that one came in handy. Second of the series.
13th inning, 13th hit. Avila wears 13.
Foul straight back by Worth. Avila did not start the game. Came on as a pinch hitter in the 11th. Tomlin struck him out in that frame, but not so here in the 13th. One and two now on Danny Worth. And he got him, strike 3. Danny knew it. That'll end the inning. However, Tigers Tigers jump out on front. They get the home run from Alex Avila. We go to the bottom of the 13th. That's a sweet swing.
Told you that Avila loves hitting big home runs in this ballpark. Let's flash back to last August. Their closer, that was Chris Perez. The Tigers were trailing by a run in this game, and he comes up and he hits a 3-run home run. And Avila didn't show a lot of emotion, but he was fired up when he hit this big fly.
That one was a big one, and well, today, equally as big. 2-out solo shot in the 13th inning. And it's given the Tigers the lead now as we go to the bottom of the 13th. Phil Coates still out there. Mike Aviles will lead it off for the Indians. Aviles, then Bourne, then Cabrera. And the first pitch is a strike called on Aviles. Tigers now have 13 hits, 15 for the Indians. Strike called, and now quickly 0-2 on Aviles. Coke walked a man in the 12th inning, but got a double play ball. Then he walked Santana and got Chisenhall via the strikeout. Here's the 0-2. That'll get back into the seats.
That is too good of an 0-2 pitch to Aviles. That's a fastball that he did not quite get high enough. And Avila fouled it off, but Aviles fouled it off, but not a good 0-2 pitch.
By the way, we've officially hit the 5-hour mark.
Have we?
5 hours. And now Coke apparently signaling to the dugout he wants something. Kevin Rand coming out. Oh, 0-2 the count. Aviles had an RBI double, also has a single in this game. Here's the 0-2. And the 1-2. Ground ball left side. Going to be tough to get him. Danny Wirth knocks it down. That's it. Leadoff man is on. Infield hit for Mike Aviles, his third hit of the game. The tying run is aboard now.
This was going to be a very difficult play for Danny Wirth, even if he comes up with it cleanly. Aviles, when he made contact with that ball, he was already headed down at the first baseline because he was off balance.
There is action in the Detroit bullpen. That would be Albuquerque.
And Michael Bourne is a good bunter. Castellanos at third base on the grass, anticipating that he might try to bunt for a base hit, especially against the left-hander Phil Coke.
One ball to no strikes. 3 for 6 in this ball game for Bourne. A couple of singles. He has also doubled. Here's the 1-0. Bunted toward third. Here's the throw in time. Boy, Castellanos in a collision, almost a big collision, avoided it and still made that throw.
That is a more difficult play than we really think, especially with Bourne running, because this ball, it looked like it may have been going foul, but Castellanos wasn't going to allow it to go foul, so he positioned his body and he barehanded and he threw off that right foot and he threw accurately.
And with Coke diving out of the way, he still had to make that throw and did it. Kinsler covering at first base, so the tying run at second now with 1 out. Here is Asdrubal Cabrera. Cabrera had a single in his very first at bat, nothing since though. Ball 1. More than 5 hours of baseball here today. It is a 10-9 lead for the Tigers. They go ahead on the home run by Avila in the top of the 13th. And now Coke trying to strand a runner at second. Way inside, spinning Cabrera out of the box. Two 2-0 the count. Strike call. 2-1. Much to the chagrin of Asdrubal Cabrera. Michael Brantley waiting on deck. After Cabrera, you got lefty, lefty, Brantley and Murphy. That hit him. Cabrera is hit by the pitch. He goes down to the dirt. And that's going to put two men on. Well, Cabrera can't come to his feet. He is in some major pain right now at home plate.
Phil Coke throwing hard this afternoon. That's probably about a 94. A 95-mile-per-hour fastball right off the kneecap. Nowhere for Cabrera to go.
They're going to try and get him to his feet now. Right off the left knee of Cabrera. As Drupal trying to stay in the game, he will go to first base. So the Indians have runners at first and second, one out, down by a run here in the 13th. And Cabrera limping to first base. Koch came on in the 12th, walked 2 batters. Here in the 13th, he's given up an infield hit and has hit a batter.
And the only position player that Terry Francona has left is the catcher, Yan Gomes.
So they really just have to have him stay in the game.
That's right.
I mean, they really have no alternative. And Cabrera, who represents the winning run, is standing at first base, and he is still in some major pain.
Now stepping to the plate, number 23.
So here is Brantley. 2 on and 1 out. Well, Cabrera's doing all he can. He is limping at first base. Only 2 for 10 career against Koch. 3 strikeouts for Michael Brantley.
Cabrera trying to walk it off. It doesn't appear that left knee's cooperating, though.
Brantley shoots one into left field, a base hit. Charging is Davis. He'll throw it to the plate, and he is safe. And the Indians have tied it up as Brantley does it yet again.
Hey, Brantley up there, first pitch swinging. We talked about the fact that he gets set so early. This time he finds that seam between third and short. Rajay comes up with a pretty good throw, but not before Vilas comes in with a slide in safely.
Just ahead of the tag by Avila. And a shot from Phantom Cam. Boy, was that close. That was indeed a good throw by Davis, who threw a runner out at the plate a couple of innings ago. Now the Indians trying to win it. Here's Murphy. Strike 1. The one thing the Tigers have going for them right now is that Cabrera is still hobbled at second base. Murphy hit a 2-run homer in the 9th to tie it up. Strike called. 0-2 now on Murphy. Single by Brantley. His 4th hit of the day, his 3rd RBI as well. Here's the 0-2. Checked it. Did not go. Gabe Morales, the umpire at third base, said that he held. Here's the 1-2 coming home. Little bouncer slowly towards short. They'll have only one play. The throw there is in time. Murphy is out. Runners at second and third. Here goes Gene Lamont. So Phil Koch will be taken out of this ball game. He'll give up the baseball. And the Tigers now will bring in Albuquerque. All right, fellas, thank you very much. Well, Yan Gomes now is going to pinch hit for Sellers. The winning run standing at third. They have second and third, and Albuquerque has come in for Detroit. First pitch outside, 1-0 on Yan Gomes. Terry Francona exhausting his bench here today, and pretty much his bullpen as well.
He has no more position players.
Here's the 1-0. It's outside. 2 balls and no strikes.
I don't know for sure, but they may have told Albuquerque, do not let Gomes beat you. See if he'll chase a couple of breaking balls. If he doesn't, put him on and go after Rayburn.
We're going to finish off this intentional walk now. That's going to load the bases, and it's going to bring up Ryan Rayburn.
Now stepping to the plate for the try, number 9, Ryan Rayburn.
So Rayburn will try and win it. .352 career with the bases loaded.
Yan Gomes was hitting .277 with power. Rayburn is so far not swinging the bat the way that he is capable of swinging the bat.
Way high, 1-0. So Albuquerque has not been sharp since coming in. Rayburn hit into a double play in the 12th. Oh, we got a balk. We've got a balk. And the Indians will win.
Hugo Cabrera, he kept running down the third baseline, and apparently he got Albuquerque's attention. Albuquerque flinched, and for the second time in this series, the Indians have walked off the Tigers.
A walk-off balk to end this game and end this series.
Just when you thought you'd seen it all.
Guess what? Here's another look. Right there. Oh, that was an easy call to make.
Yes, it was.
Unbelievable. A walk-off balk by Al Albuquerque, and the Indians win with 2 in the bottom of the 13th inning. The most unbelievable of endings, and the Indians sweep the Tigers. We'll be back.